of people that undergo vaccination.
Yeah. But in Poland we have full hospitals, full.
Yeah. We have like maximum 20 places in intensive care available each day, not more. Some days it goes up completely filled, then the next day another 20 will be available, and by the end of the day will be covered again, and so terrible.
Yes. I don't know, like in Serbia, what situation, but Serbia is vaccinated by Russian vaccines. Yes, Sputnik. So maybe better, but we are in European Union, so
so we are not allowed to get to the good things, right? Yes. I think if I could, I would have chosen the same Sputnik, because if you are a virologist in Russia and you come up with a vaccine and it proves that it's not a good one, then you, your friends, your family, your neighbors, everyone will disappear, which is not a good thing. So it has to be a good vaccine, right? But instead, we got this, what I got was this AstraZeneca, the one that Bill Gates financed. So I don't need a mobile phone anymore. I can hear very well with my own ears, just to make fun of it. But since this is based on this chimpanzee flu virus, I stay away of trees, because every time I get near one, I feel the terrible urge to climb it. So yeah, secondary reaction, just to make fun of it, of course. Any vaccine is much better than no vaccine in any way.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a lot of people that I knew, relatively young, all under 50, that got it. Then they had like 10 days or almost 2 weeks of very easy form of COVID, and then everything got wrong and they died. So that's really terrible.
Yes. Horrible situation.
Yeah.
Maybe next year will be.
Well, that's exactly what we said last year, isn't it? Yeah. I think the people in this crisis style that have physicians and whatever, when they installed, they were asked, how long would you be here? By the end of the year or something. And then they said, oh, don't worry, for the next 3 years, we won't move away from here.
Yeah.
We know what we expect.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Now it's time to start with a plenary session with invited lecturers. And the first presenter is our dear guest from Poland, Dorota Kriegel. We used to have her here, but now she will present her work online. And the topic that she's going to present is a short look at microbial producers of biobutanol, new trends, potentials and limitations. She is from Lodz University of Technology and from Poland. So please present us
very much
this interesting.
For my introduction. Thank you very much. Yes, but I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends from Serbia and Europe and the world, dear Professor Mirko Babic especially. Thank you for opportunity to present this lecture by me. For me, it's a great pleasure to be at least online among friends in a beautiful city, Warsaw. So greetings from Łódź, from Poland. Today is a sunny day. I hope that this day is the same day is in Serbia. My lecture will be on microbial producers of biobutanol only in microbial aspects. Of course, because I am only microbiologist, but in the case of biobutanol, we have a lot of different technological, chemical, physical aspects, yes? we may start. I don't know what I must open my presentation, or what is the version?
You should share
screen.
Share screen.
Share screen.
Yes.
Okay. Share screen. Click. But before the sharing screen, you have to open your presentation. Is your presentation open in PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
it's some car made from grass. A short look at the microbiological producer of biobutanol, new trends, potentials and limitations. We can see you.
Yes. Okay.
So you can start your. Oh, okay, great. You started your slideshow. Okay, everything's fine.
Okay, I am visible. Okay. So I start from short history about biobutanol. Louis Pasteur was the first to describe butanol production by microorganisms in 1861. However, it was not until the early 20th century that Chaim Weizmann developed a process of biobutanol production of an industrial scale. Using special anaerobic spore-forming bacteria of the genus Clostridium. Until the 1960s or later, biobutanol formation remained more expensive than classical petrochemical-based products and base processes, for example, ethanol. Interests of butanol fermentation revived after 1980, when the energy crisis escaped price of petroleum. Since then, climate change and greenhouse effect have created pressure to develop alternative sources of energy. Now, there is increasing pressure to develop efficient methods for the production of biofuels from safe and expensive raw materials. Sorry, but it will be translation or not?
It will be translated at the end, but it will be shortly translated, not
Okay.
every word.
Ah, okay. Not after slide or after
After your presentation.
Yes, okay.
So that's how we decided, Mirko Babic decided.
Okay. Excuse me. Current efforts are focused on producing biobutanol from various second generation feedstocks. Biofuels can be made from different, varied, available food sources, such as saccharose, starch, oil from crops, namely corn, namely sugarcane, sugar beets, sorghum, wheat, soybeans, coconuts, and many, many other sources. Such biofuels obtained from these sources are known as first-generation biofuels. But using the sources is rather controversial because they are food sources, yes? So second-generation biofuels, so-called advanced biofuels, are manufactured from lignocellulosic biomass, non-food crop feedstocks, agriculture, forest residues, industrial wastes, different lignocellulosic materials. Second-generation substrates do not compete with food crops that can supply a large amount of fuels with great environmental aspects, with great environmental benefits. However, second-generation production is more costly due to the need the expensive processing equipments and technologies, because Such materials need pretreatment, sometimes using acids, alkalia, temperature, higher temperature. So our attention is direction is on the third generation biofuels that are produced from algal biomass. Recently we have also fourth generation biofuels that uses genetically engineered algae to improve production of biofuels by improving its photosynthetic efficiency, increasing light penetration inside algal cells, and reducing photoinhibition. This development requires understanding the metabolic pathways of photosynthetic species, progress in the construction of engineering strains, and inexpensive, large-scale cultivation systems in special bioreactors, in special combinations. Bioethanol, now, today, bioethanol is the widest used optional fuel. However, because the cost of producing bioethanol and biobutanol, for example, from corn, have been estimated at about $1.53 and $1.96 per gallon, respectively. So, biobutanol production is a little cheaper. Also, biotechnological production of bioethanol is both less expensive, is less complicated. However, biobutanol has many advantages in comparison to ethanol, including excellent miscibility with gasoline, lower corrosiveness, more favorable vapor pressure, higher energy density, potential to completely replace traditional gasoline. Yeah, so we have comparison between costs and technological potential of biobutanol and ethanol. Yeah. This table presents alternative names for 1-butanol. According to UPAC, is butan-1-ol. This compound is also known as N-butanol. This is primary alcohol with simple linear structure. Its molecular mass is equal 74 grams per mole, of course. Its boiling point is 115 centigrade, and flash point about 35 centigrade. Yes, that's basic parameters, chemical and physical parameters of butanol. Butanol has a higher caloric value and higher octane number in comparison to butanol. This compound must be used alone or mixed with any concentration, despite in alcohol, for example, in ethanol. It can be used alone or mixed in any concentration with gasoline. Except biofuel production, butanol has various important industrial applications. Except fuels, it can be used for production of hormones, drugs, antibiotics, detergents, cosmetics, and central vitamins. So butanol has wide applications. For this reason, biobutanol is considered a promising alternative compounds, chemicals, biofuel, which could replace commonly used ethanol. Could replace. Yeah. According to the microorganisms, they are able to produce biobutanol. Clostridia, spore-forming anaerobic bacteria are the most known microbes capable of butanol synthesis. They are of the genus Clostridium, including species Clostridium acetobutylicum, Clostridium bernicki, Clostridium saccharobutylacetonicum, and Clostridium saccharobutylicum. Other butanol-producing bacteria also exists and include genera not belonging to other genera, not belonging to Clostridium. For example, bacteria from the genera Escherichia, Lactobacillus, Thermoanaerobacterium, Neretskonia, and also, surprise, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. They are also able to produce biobutanol. In the case of clostridial, classical producers of biobutanol, Clostridia produce butanol by the aceton-butanol-ethanol fermentation pathway. This pathway, abbreviation of this pathway is ABE pathway, because it's abbreviation from aceton-butanol-ethanol. Yeah? This main products of this road. Classical batch butanol fermentation conducted by Clostridial strains can be divided into two main steps. The first step is acidogenesis, when bacteria produce acids, and then after acidogenesis, we may observe in the case of this bacteria solventogenesis, so production of butanol and something else, unfortunately. After these processes, the main products are aceton, butanol, ethanol, and the proportion between these main products are 3 parts of aceton, very high, 3 parts of aceton, 6 parts of butanol, and 1 part ethanol. Yeah? It is interesting pathway, but this pathway has disadvantages due to high production of aceton. The main disadvantage of ABE route is overproduction of aceton. Aceton is interesting compound, but very corrosive, and aceton has poor fuel properties in comparison to butanol, in comparison to ethanol. So different solutions have been proposed to eliminate or reduce aceton as a main product of this fermentation. For example, aceton can be catalytically transferred into fuel precursors, different, and subsequently hydrogenated to fuel alkanes, for example. It is also be converted into isopropanol by certain solventogenesis Clostridial strains via another route, another pathway called isopropanol butanol ethanol, IBE, yeah, pathway, another type of Clostridial fermentation. However, other alternatives. Maybe use non-clostridial strains, because these strains not belonging to Clostridium can reduce or eliminate the major byproducts of acetone and ethanol, with main product of this fermentation maybe only with only butanol, but maybe in slight production of these two compounds. Therefore, recent research can be performed in which investigates the different combinations of inside clostridial producers or modification of conventional fermentation processes, strain development, using different metabolic engineering in order to obtain the higher levels of butanol. Another alternatives may be using is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. This table presents the results of various studies on biobutanol production. You can see that we have different biobutanol producers belonging to Clostridium genera, to Clostridium, to Escherichia, to Lactobacillus, Nerechkonia, Thermoanaerobacterium, and East Saccharomyces cerevisiae. In these research studies, different sources may be used, except microbial strains. Different substrates were used. For example, glucose, conventional carbon source, but also corn syrup, coffee silver screen, starch, algal biomass, xylan, yes, different. Also by adding additional, for example, phenolic stress and other environmental stresses to improve biobutanol production. You can see that the results are different. The production of biobutanol varied. It depends on the strains, carbon source, and other fermentation conditions. But the best results were obtained for Clostridium strains after manipulations, after improvement as a carbon source of glucose. The yield was 16, 17, 18 gram per liter. It was the best result for biobutanol production using clostridial and non-clostridial strains. In general, yes, biobutanol can be produced by fermentation using different microbial strains. The costs of biobutanol production varied, depends on the price of feedstock, kind of microorganisms. In this biobutanol fermentation, cheaper sources may be used. For example, different cheaper agricultural waste like non-cellulosic biomass, algae, acid whey, and different waste substrates. In general, biobutanol is separated from other products of fermentation by distillation. By other technique may be used, for example, vaporization, special filtration using special membranes, many techniques. But disadvantages in the case of biobutanol fermentation is product inhibition. Inhibition of fermentation by product, biobutanol, in the case of clostridial strains. Disadvantages may be that the type of fermentation is anaerobic fermentation. This fermentation needs to special conditions, yes, without oxygen. And after fermentation, separation processes are needed to separate biobutanol from other products. It should be emphasized that Clostridial native strains represent poor tolerance to butanol, to product they produce, yes. And also when we use lignocellulosic biomass, also inhibitors for mating during pretreatment processes of plant sources. Therefore, metabolic engineering of Clostridium producers and other complementary strains, other bacteria, other yeasts, for example, seems to be essential to solve technological problem in biobutanol production. So now we have new challenges. We're looking for new strains, new isolates from different environments able to biobutanol production. We may use old producers, classical producers, but with genetic improvement to obtain high level of butanol. We may use co-cultures, mixed cultures, for example, Clostridium and other non-clostridial strains, Escherichia, Lactobacillus, yeasts. We may use a wider range of feedstocks from very difficult feedstock to obtain biobutanol like lignocellulosic biomass, and more easy feedstocks as algae biomass. And we may use new separation methods, more sophisticated methods to separate biobutanol from other products. Sorry for my cat. For this issue, for this aim, butanol producing genes were separated, were introduced from Clostridia into other bacterial strains belonging to other genera. However, different genetic manipulation, particularly with Clostridium, are very difficult by both the problems in performing genetic manipulations and the formation of bacterial spores during especially the solvatogenesics phase. It is very difficult because Clostridia are spore-forming producers. Changes physiology. Yes, spore forming is a change in physiology characteristic of Clostridial strains. So different genetic manipulations may be difficult to obtain high level of butanol producers. Nowadays, in this moment, there is still lack of sufficient tool to significantly improve the final butanol titer, butanol production by microbial strains. And now butanol production still obtain the level, very low level. I hope that this level may be improved, but now microorganisms get low level below 20 gram biobutanol per liter. It is rather low production. If you are interested in this subject, in this issue of biobutanol producers, the main thesis of this lecture, or my lecture, are presented in a review paper in the Journal of Processing and Energy in Agriculture last year. So I encourage you to read, of course. I invite you to read this article. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. It was pleasure. It was the first final slide present mountains of Welszacz, fantastic place when I had the opportunity to be long time ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and I hope to be there again. Thank you very much for your attention, and please ask me about something connected to biobutanol. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorota, very much on your very nice presentation. And I think the best way would be to have now a short translation of your presentation and then to go on with the questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm inviting Alexandra to give us.
Stop share. Stop share. I have to stop share. Niegrzeczna jest.
Kratak pregled mikrobne proizvodnje biobutanola, novi trendovi, mogućnosti i ograničenja. Predavanje profesorke Dorote Krigel. Sad samo ja da menjamo. Važi, nema problema. Od Luja Pastera, koji je prvi utvrdio mogućnost proizvodnje biobutanola od strane mikroorganizama, do Weizmana koji u 20. veku uspostavio industrijski proces za proizvodnju butanola uz pomoć roda Clostridium. To je otprilike historijski pregled razvoja fermentacione proizvodnje biobutanola. Sad dalje. I naravno klimatske promene i efekat staklene bašte, odnosno gasova staklene bašte koji su zarobljeni, zahtevaju pronalazak alternativnih izvora biogoriva, odnosno to povećava pritisak da se pronađu alternative, odnosno bezbedni procesi za proizvodnju na jeftinijim sirovinama alternativnih biogoriva. Dalje. Nekoliko generacija goriva, alternativnih biogoriva je nastalo u međuvremenu. Prva generacija podrazumeva korišćenje supstrata, odnosno sirovina koje su u principu mogli bi da uđe da se koristi kao hrana, što je naravno neprihvatljivo. Kao rezultat toga nastale su nove generacije biogoriva. Sledeći. I to su pre svega druga generacija biogoriva koja se proizvode na sekundarnim sirovinama, kao što su lignoceluloza, kao što su sporedni proizvodi poljoprivredne industrije, drvna biomasa. Treća generacija koja podrazumeva korišćenje algi i četvrta generacija koja se zasniva na korišćenju genetski modifikovanih algi kao izvora biogoriva, odnosno sirovina za proizvodnju biogoriva. Naravno, određeno podešavanje parametara tog procesa je neophodno da bi one mogle da se za to koriste. Dalje. Trenutna cena bioetanola kao najčešće korišćenog alternativnog goriva u odnosu na fosilna goriva se kreće od $1,5 do $2 po galonu danas. Jasno je da biobutanol, iako ima mnoge prednosti, je svakako za sada skuplje alternativno biogorivo. I koje su prednosti onda biobutanola da se uopšte to istražuje? Pre svega izuzetna mešljivost sa benzinom, odnosno može se koristiti u vozilima koja su već na tržištu. manja korozivnost, bolji pritisak pare, viša energetska gustina. Hvala. Hvala. I mogućnost da zameni tradicionalni benzin. Ovo su kratke karakteristike u smislu hemije samog butanola i mislim, ne znam sada da li ima smisla da ovo čitamo, jasno vam je, znači formula, molekulska masa gustina, viskoznost, tačka ključanja i kao ovo su još neke prednosti. Ovo su još neke prednosti biobutanola, pre svega visoka energetska vrednost i visokoktanski broj. Može se namešavati, što je razlika u odnosu na bioetanol, ili bioetanol može da se namešava sa običnim gorivom samo do 85%. Ima brojne druge butanol industrijske primene kao prekursor u sintezi hormona, lekova, antibiotika, što mu daje dodatnu vrednost i smatra se, naravno, obećavajućim alternativnim gorivima koje mogu da zamene etanol. Upravo mikroorganizmi tu stupaju na scenu jer su oni u stvari producenti biobutanola, pre svega vrste roda Clostridium, ali i drugih rodova, kao što su Escherichia lactobacillus, čak i Saccharomyces vrste, i osnovni metabolički put koji je vezan za proizvodnju biobutanola je aceton butanol etanol, kao Clostridije su primarna vrsta koja proizvodi biobutanol i nastaje biobutanol u tim procesima. U tom procesu je u stvari nastaje 6 delova butanola, 3 dela acetona i 1 deo etanola. Aceton, koji nastaje kao jedan od proizvoda u ovom procesu, može da predstavlja problem zato što je korozivan i ima naravno slabu vrednost kao gorivo. Postoje različiti načini da se ovaj negativan efekat acetona smanji. Može se on katalitički transformisati u druge prekursore goriva. Može se takođe izvršiti izmena sojeva koje se koriste za proizvodnju, tako da u stvari taj put postane izopropanol butanol etanol put. Takođe, pored roda Clostridium i neke neklostridijumske vrste mogu da eliminišu ili smanje prisustvo, mogu da proizvode manje acetona i etanola u ovom biosintetskom putu i kombinacija promena konvencionalnih fermentacionih procesa, odnosno metaboličko inženjerstvo samih proizvodnih vrsta, naravno mogu da doprinesu ovome. Tako se, kao još jedna interesantna alternativa, javlja proces korišćenja, odnosno nameće se korišćenje kvasca Saccharomyces cerevisiae kako bi se proizveo butanol bez acetona, znači izmenom metaboličkog puta. Ovo su producenti i suština je da vidite ovde različite rodove koji mogu da produkuju biobutanol, a sa druge strane možete da vidite prinose, odnosno titar, odnosno koncentraciju proizvedenog biobutanola i jasno je da to ide negde do 18,2 grama po litru. Generalno, šta bi onda bile prednosti? Prednosti bi bile, proizvodi se fermentaciono, vrlo značajnu ulogu igra cena sirovina, mogu se koristiti jeftine sirovine kao što su poljoprivredni otpad, alge, kiseline, surutka i izdvaja se destilacijom. Nedostaci su taj inhibicija koja se javlja proizvodom, znači sam proizvod inhibira, anaerobna fermentacija i mogućnost formiranja azotropnih smeša tokom separacionog procesa, što je svakako problem i onemogućava dobijanje čistog biobutanola. Mala osetljivost sojeva je takođe problem na prisustvo butanola kao inhibitora, to je ono što smo malo pre rekli, inhibicija proizvodom. Metaboličko inženjerstvo može biti rešenje zato što može da reši ove tehnološke probleme. Izazovi su da se formiraju novi izolati ili novi sojevi koji će moći to da urade, da premoste ove prepreke. Stari producenti koji su na neki način genetski poboljšani, popravljeni, da tako kažemo, mogućnost korištenja kokultura, mešanih kultura više mikroorganizama kako bi se unapredio proces proizvodnje, proširenje spektra sirovina koje bi se mogli koristiti u ovom procesu i novi separacioni metodi. To je više usmereno na ono sprečavanje formiranja azeotropne smeše. Ovo smo i rekli, koji su producenti, koje su mogućnost genetičkih modifikacija, ali istovremeno je to vrlo izazovan proces i nije vrlo lako to postići. S jedne strane postoji problem sprovođenja, odnosno realizacije samih genetskih manipulacija, a istovremeno i formiranja bakterijskih spora tokom procesa. Znači, to je nešto što onemogućava, odnosno otežava sam proces. Konačno, efikasnost procesa je na nivou od 20 grama po litru maksimalne proizvodnje biobutanola. To nije dovoljno i potrebno je da se poveća konačni titer. A detalji i više detalja o samom radu predstavljenom ovde su dati u članku koji je publikovan u časopisu skupa i evo ovde su podaci. I ona se zahvaljuje za pažnju.
Hvala i tebi, Aleksandra.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you for translation. Excellent. I understand almost all.
Now, I think we can go with the questions. If there is any question, Dorota will be happy to answer.
If I can.
So, if there is not any question, I would like to ask something. In fact, we here at TEP conferences, we heard a lot of presentation on bioethanol, and biobutanol is, as you pointed, the biofuel that is of better quality, in fact, as a fuel, but the process of production is more complicated, and on a commercial level now we have now more production of bioethanol. And regarding future trend, what do you think if the biobutanol will prevail?
Yes, I hope.
How far will it be possible to happen?
I hope that the study on biobutanol production and improvement on strains and improvement of productivity of producers will be continued and are continued. I hope that profitability level that microorganisms can get, it is about 30 grams per liter. It will be very difficult process because we have, as I talk about this, some problems with strains, with different feedstocks, with different procedures, mechanisms, fermentations. In the case of engineering strains, we made a lot of problems with stability of these strains. Yes, it is very important problem to storage these strains and keep their high-level productivity. For microbiologists, it is very dangerous, very high problems. Yes, so in total, it is advantage. It is in the future we have different direction and different study to keep, for example, the level equal 30 grams per liter. In my opinion, it will be success if in the case of microbial biosynthesis of biobutanol. But I am optimistic. I am optimistic.
Thank you very much. Okay, so is there any other question? Thank you, Dorota, very much for.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Łódź again.
Greetings from Vršac.
A good day. Thank you.
We miss you here.
I also very.
Okay. So I think we can go now on the second presentation, which is from Macedonia. From Macedonia, Vengelče Mitrevski, Cvetanka Mitrevska, Mirko Babić, Eleonora Desnica, Boče Mitrevski are going to present the presentation lecture about convective drying kinetics of osmotically pre-treated potato slices. They are coming from Bitola, Northern Macedonia, and the presentation will be done by Vengelče or
Thank you very much. Good morning for everything. Respected chairman, respected colleagues, Mirko, Ivan, Philip, and Mitchell, dear ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure for your officially inviting me to present my study with title Convective Drying Kinetics of Osmotically Pre-treated Potato Slice. In the food industry, convective drying is a widely used method due to its applicability for many food materials. Besides this advantage, convective drying methods, there are several shortcomings related to the rehydration capacity, low quality of dried materials, loss of colors, flavors, and nutrient of the final dried materials. Osmotic dehydration treatment to reduce air drying time, limited heat damage, and improve the textural quality, vitamin retention, flavor enhancement, and color stabilization.
Vengelče, molim te pokreni PowerPoint prezentaciju ako ti nije problem. Slideshow. Jel može?
Just a moment.
Evo, da.
Okay, I will repeat my presentation. Respected chairman, respected colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure for you officially inviting me to present my study with title Convective Drying Kinetics of Osmotically Pre-treated Potato Slice. In the food industry, convective drying is a widely used method due to its applicability for many food materials. Besides this advantage, convective drying methods, there are several shortcomings related to the rehydration capacity, low quality of dried materials, loss of color, flavor, and nutrient of the final dried materials. Osmotic dehydration was used as a pre-treatment to reduce air drying time, limited heat damage, and improve the textural quality, vitamin retention, flavor enhancement, and color stabilization. Several researchers experimentally investigated drying kinetics for combined osmotic convective drying for various fruits and vegetables, such as peach, potato, quince, and apple. From the deciding layer drying models are important tools in mathematical modeling of drying processes. They are often used to estimate drying time and generalize drying curves and have wide application due to their ease of use and requirement of less data and light complex mathematical models. The objectives of this study were to carry out the osmotic dehydration of potato slices at 40 degrees Celsius using 40 degrees Brix sucrose solution, followed by convective hot air drying. And they studied the effect of drying air temperature from 40 to 70 degrees Celsius and drying air velocities from 1 and 2 meters per second on the mass transfers. Fresh potatoes variety Carrera were used in the experimental part of the study. The spherical samples with thicknesses of 3 millimeters were used in the drying experiments. potato slices were pre-treated using osmotic dehydration. The slices were placed in 300 milliliters container which contains sucrose osmotic solution with 40 degrees Brix on ambient temperature and atmospheric pressure. Then the container were placed in the waterbed with temperature control. After a period of 2 hours, the slices were rinsed with pure water to remove the solution and blotted with tissue paper to remove the excess water from the surface. The treated samples in osmotic solution were dried in an experimental drying setup designed to simulate industrial convective dryer. The drying experiments were performed at 4 drying air temperature and 2 drying air velocities, whereas the absolute air humidity of the air remained constant. The basic data on the drying kinetics were collected by measuring changes in the mass of the samples during convective drying in the intervals on 10 minutes. In the most number existing thin layer drying models, which is used for approximation experimental data of drying kinetics, the effect of drying air temperature and drying air velocity on the empirical parameters it is not taken into account. For approximation of the experimental data on the drying kinetics of the potato slice, 3 thin layer mathematical models for scientific literature and model in new generated model of Mitrsky M4 they are used for approximation of experimental data. For this purpose, the statistical performance features of those models were assessed on the basis of the calculated average value of the performance index and average chi-square value. The value of performance index was calculated on the basis of the values of the coefficient of determination and the root mean squares and the mean relative deviation. The higher values of the performance index indicate that thin layer drying models better approximate the experimental drying data. The Agostino-Pearson test of normality is the most effective procedure for assessing the goodness of the fit of a normal distribution. This test based on the individual statistic for testing the residual of population of humans and kurtosis. Because the table critical chi-square of values for 2 degrees of freedom is 5.99, therefore the computer value of chi-square is equal to or greater than either of aforementioned values. The thin drying model should be rejected. For approximation of the experimental data, the method of multiple indirect nonlinear regression and estimation method quasi-Newton and Leverberg-Markert method for computer program statistica were used. Because the regression method, estimation method, the initial steps type, the start values of parameters, convergence criterion and form of the function have a significant influence on the accuracy of the estimating parameters, a large number of numerical experiments were performed. From this, it is evident that the new generated model of Mitrsky and other authors M4 has the highest value of the performance index in comparison with the others models from the scientific literature. Also, it can be seen that all models have a smaller average value of chi-square than tabled critical chi-square value. In accordance with proposed statistical criteria, the model of Mitrsky is able to correlate the experiment values of drying kinetics of potato slices with 3.8% root mean square error. The estimate values of the parameters in model 4 is given in the table on the slide. In figure 1, the experimental and predicted values of moisture ratio with drying time and drying air temperature for 40, 15, 16, and 70 degrees Celsius for potato slices at drying area velocity of 2 meters per second are shown. From figure 1, evident that this has a good agreement between the experimental and predicted values of moisture ratio data of potato. Conclusions: in this study, the osmotic dehydration was applied in order to evaluate the influence of pre-treated on convective drying of potato slate at 4 drying air temperature and 2 drying area velocity. The experimental drying data in terms of moisture ratio were approximated within 3 thin layer drying models from scientific literature and model of Mitreski. Based on statistical parameters, the new generated model has the best statistical performance than existing thin layer models. So this model can be used to simulate experimental drying curves of thin layer potato slicing in range of drying condition. From the other hand, using a combination of convective drying with osmotically pre-treated potato slides leads to reduce the drying time compared with the convective drying methods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Van Gelche, for your interesting presentation. And if there are some questions. Feel free to ask.
I have question.
Yes.
Dorota has a question.
I have question. Thank you very much for nice lecture. I am interested in this in the problem. If you check this process, but with pretreatment of potato by not sugars but salts. So in the studies were conducted using not saccharose but salt, and I'm interested in if the results may be comparable between pretreatment by sugar and pretreatment by salt.
The results is comparable because many scientific papers in the literature use the sucrose as salts for pretreatment of osmotically pretreated potatoes.
Okay.
Because I have different research from the April where I use the simple solution, sucrose solution. The similar results from the comparison of the thin layer drying models were obtained from the statistical viewpoint.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Philippe, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Marco Dalla Rosa. Congratulations for the speech, for the presentation. It's very interesting. And I just can add something related to the combination of eventually combination of salt and sucrose in the solution, because we have some experience in that. And yes, in the case of the potato, maybe possible to put a few amount of salt in order to increase the driving force of the osmotic treatment. Eventually, but it could be a suggestion, in fact, even though there are many papers on potato also related to the use of just sucrose or saccharose or other sugars. But in the case of the salt, it's possible also to introduce because it's compatible with the taste of the dried potato slices at the end, to introduce a small amount of 1% or 2% of salt in order to increase the driving force, so to speed up the osmotic process. But my question was related to the fact that you are in the engineering area, so I think that it could be nice. Or I don't know if you already did some computation of the energy saving to use this type of pre-treatment in respect to the control where the pre-treatment has been not used during the high drying of potato. This is the question. So if you have some idea of the energy saving in terms of less energy consumption, and then to increase the sustainability, we can say, of the drying process. This is the question.
Thank you for your questions. In future investigation, I plan to investigate the energy safe of osmotically pre-treated potato slide in collaboration with Professor Babic, because he have many interest paper in this area. Clearly, I need any future investigation in this area.
Yes. Okay. So, thank you so much. Because Inoptep is an energy and processing.
Yes, so energy process.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marco Della Rosa.
Thank you to you. Thank you.
I haven't question, only comments. Congratulations to your model, Mitrevsky. We will use it in the future drying, and I also thank you for your interesting presentation. And I can prove, as we have had the samples from Mirko Babic, these dried fruits, they kept the color very long time. It is probably 2 years the color was very fine for these fruits. Many success to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zuzana.
So, any more questions? If there is no question, thanks to all the participants in this discussion, and thanks to Vangelce for a nice presentation. And now we can go to the next presentation, which will be performed by Cosmin Salasan, and his group made article work on study on evaluation of food and related expenditure levels over the past 2 decades in Romania. They're coming from University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, King Michael I of Romania, Timișoara, Romania. So I'm inviting Cosmin to go on with his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. As always, I'm very keen and also very proud to attend the works of TEP and Inoptep. As you remember, is part of my annual important events. So thank you for having this opportunity. I have to apologize that despite all my efforts, I couldn't be physically present there, because my government decided that no matter you have vaccinated or not, you have to pass at least 10 days of quarantine on the return, which is totally obscenely unjust. But then this is what we have. Thanks to this early guys that made internet possible, and thanks to all those geeks that made these tools affordable, Because if you look back in the early 2000, a video conferencing kit costed like 12 cars. So with all these things, I think we can eventually get to the presentation. And when about this presentation, I would like to add a number of things. First is that most of the works that are presented are going very much into detail and into deep, which is actually at the end the source of progress in our society. However, being rather from a sociological perspective, I like every now and then to look at how things are progressing and how people make use of all this progress that we have available. And this is probably the best reflected in the consumption over long periods of time. So this is more like looking from above, like an alien view over the consumption of the society. And since the data allowed to go and cover at least the last 2 decades, as you will see, we have even 3 decades. And then you will realize that the patterns have consistently changed. We looked at the food and related expenditure levels because once you pass through 3 different periods over 3 decades, you wonder whether those have changed or not. I mean, we can look every single year at how it happened and learn some things of that. But at that little scale, at that micro scale, not much findings will be visible. So therefore, together with my colleagues, we thought it will be clever to look at a number of things. And first of all, we should state what we looked at and why we picked those. Now, of course, we looked at the income because that is the source of the consumption before the preference. Then we look at the expenditure, obviously the expenditure related to food and beverages and alcohol, I must say that. And of course, we looked also at a poverty state and at different levels. So that means we look at this thing at regional level. We also looked at different residence areas like urban and rural. We also look at different professional background or type of income, if you want, because there are relevant differences between the incomes generated by salaries of the employees, those that are self-employed and handling their own business, the farmers and other categories. Now, what we learned from this observation and the analysis we're performed with is a number of things that will be presented in a more graphical way in the next slides. And then we try to answer the question, are these changes, because there are changes, are they possible to link to any determinants? Is it income? Of course. Is it poverty as well? Is it the residence environment? We'll see. Are there any other factors? And the question at the end, I mean, the purpose of the whole paper is, what is all this telling us? I mean, do we know where we are? Do we go the right way? Is there a right way? Do we go the right way? Do we go properly on that way? And things like that. Now, to summarize all this in a presentation today, first, we took the time and the nerves to make some calculations. And those calculations were about different categories as announced before. Just a second. Yep, different categories of professional status. Like you can see, the total lines are not always relevant because they do an average, and average is something that statistic uses to lie to us. So then we have the employees, different salaries, private and public sectors. And then we have the self-employed, which is any business at any scale, from a self-employed one man running the business to small companies or even large companies. And then we have the farmers. Why did we took these 3 categories? Is because the levels of the income and the evolution over time over the past 20 years, actually 19, we excluded the 2020 given the particular conditions, and we didn't want a distortion there because of that. So as we can see in the categories of the employees, over the past 5 years, the income has multiplied almost by factor 2, which is also valid for the employees in the rural areas. Now, employees in the rural areas mean everything from those working in services, industrial related activities, or even agriculture, but as employer, not as farmers, not as owners. Well, if we go back 10 years, then this goes a little bit above 2.5 times. So that means that they earn in 2019 2.5 times more than they used to earn 10 years ago. But if we look to the whole decade, it's over 10 times, even over 11.5 times in the urban area. Now, that's a lot. Of course, people might say, if you look at the absolute figures, there is an inflation rate every year and the period is long. Well, this is not the processed data, but I have processed it just for the sake of seeing whether this difference is important or not. And the answer is no. I mean, of course, it deducts systematically the inflation rate from the consumer index over the entire period, but the ratio stays the same. The absolute value is not. I mean, yeah, it's deducted by that small amount. Now, just to have an idea what this ratio means, the average rural and urban wages at the national level in 2019 were amounting this equivalent in euro. Of course, that's paid in a national currency. However, there is a relatively large difference between these two residence areas, particularly if you look at the values that are recorded for the other two categories as an average earning, right? Now, the self-employed that should do not far from the employees, or maybe even better as expected in a very dry economic perspective, are far from that. They don't even near the half of what the employees are earning. This is why probably every now and then they should maybe stop and ask themselves whether they are doing the right thing until it's not too late. Well, of course, I'm just kidding. Now, as you can see, the differences over the past 5 years means a relative level. It's not a huge difference between the factor. It's larger over the past and is definitely a lot larger over the past 20 years. Now, when we come to the farmers, it's pretty much the same discussion, only the level it's a lot lower. However, if you look at the farmers in the rural, or in the urban, you will realize that they are somehow better off over the entire period compared to those that are self-employed, whether in rural or urban, and they are not necessarily very far, even in the when accounting the 10 years perspective. So this is a little bit how the different income sources, residence level, and the earnings developed over time. However, it's worth saying that since the accession, people have at least doubled their income, which is a good thing. This is just to answer the question whether the EU accession, because I was earlier mentioning the 3 periods. So we had this market economy transition that started nobody knows when and ended nobody knows when. That was from the 90s to maybe early 2000. Then we started the pre-accession period when a lot of investments were done and stuff like that. And so a lot of conditions improved when big industrial bastions were disappeared already and stuff like that. And then we had the accession moment and the integration period starts. So 3 different economic periods, different perspectives in terms of money, but very average level. Things are looking good. Now, of course, if you ask a person on the street, it might not return you the same answer, but that's a different story. Now, if we look at the what is this per capita income in monthly average for the employees, you can see over the past 20 years, 19 again, sorry for that. I used pandemic to apologize for the last one. I could have incorporated it. It's not a big difference, actually. It's not dropping. It's not even plateau. It's, at least for Romania, it was a slightly growth. It's not that economists told us last year, but they usually tell lies at the beginning of the year and they forget to correct them at the end of the year. But nevertheless, so for the employees, we have a growing trend, which is almost linear, which is relatively visible in that expression, while for the farmers, you see you have all this messy development here, particularly for this region. I always have to move the cameras around like that. So we can see this is the central region. So the central region is not extremely favorable, but it doesn't have any natural handicap either. So when we see this variation year from year, it's because people have not massively modernized yet, so they can overcome by different input and mechanical means all these discrepancies of weather. By the way, for the south, southeast, and eastern part, last year in terms of weather was terrible for the farmers in Romania. So some, like these guys here, are doing pretty much linear and steady, but the bad news is that they are relatively low. Yeah, this southwestern region. Now, if we look to the ratio between the consumed food that they paid for and the purchased food, right? What we see is almost a linear decreasing trend. But when you look at the scale, you will realize that this is not necessarily spectacular. However, is decreasing, which means that people earn enough to afford to buy goods instead of trying to acquire or produce them. I'm not sure that's good news on a regional economics and on the local scale, but local outside one village. I mean, an area. Not sure it's a very good news, but this is how the situation presents. When we look at the farmers, so employee, you live in the city, whether large or small, or even in the rural, you can afford to buy, you will grow less. But when you look to the farmers, when you grow anyway, and then some, well, the trend will almost follow the first one, like a decreasing trend in most, other than these crazy guys in the middle of Transylvania. There must be some Dracula influence there, I guess. All the others are slightly decreasing, but then again, when we look at the scale here, we see that there are guys that are diminishing it by half eventually, while here we speak in decigram, I mean in deci units. Now, let's look at the product. So what people do, what people spend for, what people consume. Now, traditionally, Romania was known for a relatively large consumption of bread and related products. Of course, pastry, other than sweets, are all in this category, returned back by retro calculation into grain flour equivalent. So as you can see, there is a slight decrease. But then again, if you look at the situation in the other countries, you realize that being above 7.5 kilo per person, it's a lot. But it's decreasing, which is somehow a relatively good thing. The meat consumption increased. Now, it depends who you ask. If you ask a person that is concerned by the wealth and the living standards, they will all tell you that's a good sign. More animal protein, that is a quality protein in consumption, that's good. Well, if you ask a physician, they might tell you, no, too much meat is not good for your health. You will end up with a cancer and die. Don't we all? Anyway, so again, it depends who you ask. From the standpoint of the wealth, again, it's a good sign. Now, if we talk milk, well, situation is relatively crazy for the farmer in the small urban areas. I mean, there are farmers in all urban area. There are not too many. In my city, there are farmers, of course, because there is land around and someone is due to farm it. But this is not relevant. So this is basically at the national level, the farmers in the small urban areas. Well, they have quite a crazy evolution here. And the evolution is only due to the fact that the milk has all the milk derivative products. And the change in the patterns is not actually related to the crude milk, but to the derivative products somehow. But I still do not have an explanation for this variation here. I don't know what happened. Now, for the egg consumption is relatively even. It's relatively stable. No, not other than the urban farmers that are crazy. Of course, and crossing a little bit the line, but it's nothing spectacular in the picture. And that is a 20-year period again. Then if we look for oils and fats of all categories, pretty much like the eggs, obviously the crazy urban farmers always have to mess up the lines. Outside this entire category, just to explain this variation here, the butter, so we don't have a graphic representation for the vegetal oils, but we have for the animal fat, which means butter, and which means, again, the drunk urban farmers doing this. I have no clue why, and with the butter. Well, I will look deeper for an explanation. Maybe someone can explain. Well, there is an increasing trend, not spectacular, not exponential, but an increasing trend for the fruit consumption, which particularly for the urban employees, which probably discovered that it's better to eat natural sugar than some other forms of. Vegetable is relatively steady, pretty much like in the case of, if you want, the oils or the fats, and the eggs again. So not that much good news there. Doesn't mean that we have or we don't have enough vegans. I mean, we do. Every time you want to discover one, you have to make no effort. They will come straight to you and tell you, right? Now, the bad news, the very bad news actually that we discovered is in the beverages and water. The bottled water is not responsible for this evolution as much as is the beverages, which is basically water, some dye, and a lot of sugar, right? So I would rather put this together with the sugar consumption eventually. But as you can see, the urban employees are going from 3 point something up to 8 point something in 20 years. This is terrible. They should tell their dentists, their health insurance, and whoever else is responsible for everything that's going to happen to them in the future, because most of these beverages are not of natural origin. So it's not natural juice, it's not syrup based, it's the things you know on the supermarket shelf. Now, looking at the alcohol, of course, this maybe explains a little bit the behavior of the urban farmers, if you want, because they have relatively high 2.4 to 4 liters per person. It's a relatively large difference, while the others are relatively steady. Over 20 years, there are some changes, but otherwise quite linear. Now, I said at the beginning that if we try to extend this 20-year period that starts here, maybe the things will look different. And indeed they do. I mean, if you come at the beginning of 1990, all these 3 decades of 3 periods and changes that we announced earlier, you will most likely realize that at some point these damn beverages that we said they went crazy were at this very low level here. And over 30 years, they got up here, which is crazy. But again, and then of course, we have the other good or positive developments in terms of eggs and milk and meat and vegetables. All the others are more or less steady over 30 years. So people are changing in terms of habits, but in terms of the raw ingredients of their consumption, the changes are as they look here. Now, we said earlier that income is one thing, but maybe there are some reasons why people are consuming one way or another, or why the self-consumption sometimes grows or decreases. Now, we looked at the relative poverty rate at the regional level since the accession till present, again, 2019, to see if there are some changes. And as you can see, yes, there are changes. I mean, the Northeast region, this is the yellow curve here, that is the largest and the most populated region, also the least advanced economically, even in terms of regional GDP, had a relative serious decline while recovering a little bit. But still, if you look at the rate itself, crossing the line of 40% in 2019, that almost means every second person in that region is at that state. And that is terrible. Well, of course, you can find like, yeah, let me feel proud a little bit. We started well at 10% and we ended up at 15 after growing in some parts like this, above 25%, which is not good news. That will be every fourth will be exposed to the relative poverty, while other regions are pretty much performing the same. Worth saying as an example that the Southwest region, this is this brown one here that tends to grow back a little bit around the value, around 35%, so every third, is the very neighboring region here. Gerdap is across the Danube. So in that region that starts over there and that has the regional capital in Craiova, people are exposed to a tremendous migration pressure because well-paid jobs are either at the same distance to the west in my city or to the east in Bucharest. Bucharest that generates 1/3 of the GDP. And sorry? No. Yeah, I thought someone is from Bucharest and complains about. Yeah, okay. And there is also the third type of pressure, that is the international migration for those people that do not have a high level of qualification. And because of the language proximity, people prefer to go first to Italy and Spain. And then when that is overcrowded, then maybe go to Germany, Ireland, because UK, no, it's pretty much not available for them. So that should not happen because there are concluding remarks. So well, pretty strange, I say. Yes, as I said, there are. So income increase leads to increased consumption. Well, this is almost like a law. Everyone will expect that to happen, though it's not necessarily true. But as we have seen, not always in the right or the healthy direction, if we look back again to those petroleum plastic drinks that people are consuming like crazy. Income disparities are consistently present and directly linked to the professional status and the type of income, as we have seen the differences. The ratio of own consumption purchased food decreases for all categories. Yet it still acts as a safety net for most farmers, where only recently the values are reaching 1 or below, while in the case of the employees, as you have seen, it was systematically under 0.8, 0.6, 0.4. Okay, in terms of type and content of consumption, as we have seen, bread and bakery decline slightly while the meat consumption grows, reflecting an increased wealth, again, not from the physician standpoint. Butter and fruits consumption are trending upslope, while the vegetables are relatively steady. And the beverages are displaying the most unexpected development, while the alcohol consumption, although temperate, is increasing. It's not concerningly increasing, but is increasing. On a 30-year period of evolution, the most important increase is recorded for beverages, as we have seen, followed by milk, eggs, vegetables, and meat, which makes a decent meal at any time of the day or year. The large disparities between the development of the regions are background determinant because poverty pushes on that type and level of expenditure for the food consumption, again coupled with a professional status and type of income. So this is what we discovered. Now it's very, as I said, at a very general and macro level, but this is what happened over the past 20 and 30 years. And I am happy to see that Marco Della Rosa already has a question. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very interesting, your presentation, and let's give the word to Marco Della Rosa to give you the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very, very interesting. Congratulations for your study. I have just a couple of questions, curiosity, because I didn't see very well the impact of the financial crisis in 2008. There was something or some cures going down. Maybe also the poverty, the relative poverty going down in the 2 years later, so 2011, I think 2010, 2011. So it means that the poverty decreased. I understood at least in this way, but I didn't see very well if you were able to establish this type of impact, because for us what was very big impact after 2008, 2009, we have a drop in consumption, especially for the more rich products, and we recovered in 2011, 2012, started to recover, but we had a very big impact. And the other thing is just a curiosity, in your opinion about the increase of the butter consumption. It means more house food making or something like that, because it's really, or is a consequence on the meat consumption. I don't know. Do you have an idea on that? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. To start with the first one, there is, I mean, if you look at the strict financial consumption and other things, consumption dedicated expenditure, you might see a slight change along the financial crisis 2008, 2010. But since the migration urban to rural is still positive in Romania, a lot of that decrease in expenditure but covered in consumption was in that part of rural safety net that was provided even to the urban families, particularly in the small urban. So there is a sort of inertia of this financial crisis that made people cut a lot of expenditure but food, because we are still in the Balkans, right?
Yeah.
So of course it decreased, but the decrease it's not seen in the national or regional level of consumption and expenditure. But there is a slight decrease. As for the butter, I can tell you we are on this paradigm again. I had a Turkish friend telling me that he is expecting the scientists to come back and tell us that smoking is healthy. And I said, what do you mean by this? And he said, well, over time, the scientists first told us that margarine is good, then they told us it's not. Then the butter is good, then not, then again, yes. Then the milk is good, then it's not good, then it's good again, and so on. So, of course, he was kidding. But I must tell you that at least for the half of these 3 decades, the first 15 years, it means that people were almost 95% concentrated in vegetable origin fat. Then they discovered the butter, and then the butter became more affordable with the increase of their income. So people have shifted to butter. I mean, it's common in the urban area, it's common to find 1/3 that are even using butter as base for cooking today. Some of them even went back to animal fat for cooking because some are saying it's healthy. So this is coming with the wealth, which is increase of income, and the change of consumption habit together, packed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Well, I had a sort of almost misunderstanding about the translation, because I was supposed initially to do it parallelly, which would have messed me up completely. And then I thought it will be a brief translation at the end. And now we only have 24 minutes, so it's up to you. I can do a brief translating again the presentation if you want.
No.
Or
I think it's not necessary. The audience say it's not necessary. They understood everything.
okay.
And
I have question.
I noticed
Yes.
that Dorota is, but first I will give the word to Professor Nebojša. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, I first me. Okay.
First Nebojša
Cosmin,
and then Dorota.
okay.
Yeah. First Nebojsa, I think. Yes, please.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Ladies.
Okay, Nebojsa, thank you very much. Dear Cosmin, thank you for interesting lecture. This lecture inspired me to ask you the question, what is the trend in Romania for vegan and vegetable food? It is increasing, decreasing trend. In Poland, we have rather strong increasing trend in this kind of food. What is your opinion on this?
Well, I do not have a complete appraisal of the situation, but if I look in the large urban areas, it's an increasing trend. You have the niche business selling bio and alternative whatever cereals and vegetables and monkey food they have in there, or bird food or something. I even tried that for a while. It works, but it's very boring. That I must confess that. So in the small urban, in the large urban areas, there is a small, if you look at the whole scale of the consumption, there is a small but growing consumption oriented toward green, vegan, vegetable-based or stuff like that. Yet again, if you go at the national scale, or if you include the rural, you will only find it by accident. I mean, of course, there is, if you count them all in the large urban areas, in the metropolitan areas, it's a lot more. I would even say maybe 15 times more than they were 10 years ago. That's for sure. And that's good for business and probably good for their health, though boring, but that's not our problem. It's probably good, but it's not getting a mass. First, it doesn't have a critical mass at the economy scale, and the second, I wouldn't bet much on that. I mean, yeah, if you try to put up a long-term business, it's interesting as opportunity, but it will probably fade away sometime because the number of the clients probably cannot increase above a certain threshold, even in the large urban areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next question is from Nebojsa.
Hello, Cosmin. I am glad to see you.
Yeah.
I am glad to see you, and we expect you to come here, but
yeah, me too.
Next time, okay. As ever, you give us a lot of data, which is very interesting for us. And I have some observation about the question of Marco della Rosa. We must know that...
Nemoj.
Sorry.
No.
We know that in agriculture, the demand is very static for food products. So that is normally Italy standard and the Romanian standard is not on the same level. We agree about that. And Professor De La Rosa said that the luxury goods fall down, but normal goods, I mean everyday goods in food are almost on the same level. What will be interesting, I did these days finished some project for Vojvodina and compare with the other countries, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, and so, and I see that in the last 5 years, Romania is not bad, really not bad, with a lot of things comparing with other countries in surrounding. And what will be interesting for you, you make a comparison between autonomy in Romania, right? And that will be interesting for the future, of course, it is not part, that you compare that demand and comparing with other countries. That is one thing. Second thing is very important. And when first years Romania came in EU, there was foreign investment very high, as I know. And that will be interesting to see, to show us, no, not now, but in the future, how it's going with the foreign investment. Is that going down on the same level because of foreign investment? They are very much connected with with demands and consumption and other things. Thank you, and that was a rhetorical question. If you want to answer me, if you don't, that's okay. I want just to say you hello and to wish you the good health, and to see you next year in Serbia, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. I still hope it will be possible even this year. But yeah, I'm still working on that, somehow evade the government rules. Thank you for your comments and suggestions. And I must say that the thing about the foreign investments is in standby because due to the pandemic period, a lot of large corporations learned that it's better to have it closer to their home, not necessarily in their yard. So we would expect a lot of foreign business to come back to Europe, and probably still the cheapest part of the Europe that can host relocating businesses is the eastern southeastern part. So it will be interesting to do it now, but then again, I will have to stop to 2019 because the pandemic was almost a freeze in these terms. But then again, once we recover from this and the businesses are here, it will be very interesting to look at them as compared to the, as you said, the accession to the EU, the very beginning of the period when it was booming. Now, what we know up to this moment is that that boom has tempered, and now it has more like a plateau, like what we expect in COVID evolution, right? So it's not that booming anymore. I mean, the room was taken. People who wanted to come are pretty much here. Some of them came and went farther, like the clever Finns from Nokia. They made a huge plant near Cluj and then they went to China. We expect them back any soon. No, I'm just kidding. But just like them, some came and like a wave came and left, and others came and stayed. I mean, let me remind you just that in this area here of Bennett, in the county of Timish, the second largest national minority is the Italian one. And this is given by the business and their families that moved here with a business. So yeah, it's a good indicator. But again, these two bloody years of last year and this year breaks everything. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion. I will come in the next Inotep when I have the relevant figures to make it, and then I will talk about that point. I promise.
Really nice, thank you.
Thank you.
So it was very interesting presentation and discussion, and if there is no any more questions, I'm going to tell you goodbye, and we are going to have a short break now.
Enjoy the break. Wish I was there.
Thank you. We're expecting you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So it's off.
dobro, dobro. Nema problema, nego ja sam zbog... Nema problema.
A svakako budete gledali, ne, nije niko nikad.
Ne, čekam ja. Dear colleagues, welcome to the block B of oral presentation, actually invited lectures, on the second working date of the conference. I want to greet you all and also our co-chairs, Angel Chemitrevsky and Cosmin Salazan, who are with us online today. The first invited lecture today is entitled Degradable Packaging Materials, Sources, Applications and Decomposition Routes. It will be presented by Daniela Šuput from Faculty of Technology, University of Novi Sad. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Right from me.
The paper recycling rate was 32.5% in the 1990, and this year was set as a base year against which the American Forest and Paper Association set further goals. In the 2019, the recycling rate was 66.2%, and the American Association set the goal of 70% and more till the end of the 2020. But on the first graph, we can see that Europe is leading in the recycling of the paper. So on the second graph, we can see that that goal was already achieved in the year of 2017. The other material that could become biodegradable is polyethylene. Polyethylene is most commonly used synthetic polymer. There are many reasons. It is a good barrier against water vapor, against lipids. It has good forming abilities, and it is inert toward the packaged product. Here we will just slightly explain this photo. Here are presented carry bags after at the 0 point, after 30 days, and after 55 days of exposure. What actually happens? During the production of polyethylene, we can use prodegradants, new technology, which relies on metal ions that actually allow polyethylene to become biodegradable. Those prodegradants or additives are transitional metal ions, usually iron, cobalt, and manganese. Here are listed the names of commercially used prodegradants. The point is that in the first phase, where we physically make long chains smaller, we can affect on them by various external factors, and so those chains become smaller and could be bio-assimilated by microorganisms. Or the other way to make polyethylene biodegradable is to use ethylene monomer, which is synthesized by degradation of bioethanol. For example, we can use bio-based raw material like sugar cane and make a juice product. This juice can be anaerobically fermented in order to obtain ethanol, which further is distilled. And the following ethylene monomer polymerization is the same like when we have ethylene derived from petroleum. Corresponding biopolyethylene has the same mechanical, chemical, physical barrier properties like the one derived from petroleum. This production was not firstly considered to be cost effective, but from 2008, 1 barrel price of sugarcane derived ethanol has become competitive with the 1 barrel price of crude oil. The other polymer monomer that is widely used, especially in the industry of beverages, is polyethylene terephthalate or PET. It is possible to obtain bio-PET because one fraction of PET is ethylene glycol, which could be obtained from renewable resources. Ethylene glycol fraction represents 30% of the mass of polyethylene polymer, and this fits good. On the first graph, we can see the growth in using synthetically obtained polyethylene terephthalate, but also according to this graph, we can see the growth and the forecast for further years for the usage of bio-based polyethylene terephthalate. And the last, but the largest group of biodegradable packaging materials are biopolymers. There are two large subgroups, which are biopolymers extracted from biomass, biopolymers synthesized from bioderived monomers, and biopolymers synthesized from natural or modified microorganisms. Those obtained bio-based materials act like synthetic commercially used packaging materials. They should provide mechanical protection. They should serve as a barrier to gases, vapors, lipids, but there's, and to keep the quality preserved during the shelf life, or even to extend the shelf life of packaged product. There is one specific moment when applying those biopolymer materials. They can serve as active component carriers, so they can serve as active packaging. The first large group are biopolymers extracted from biomass. It is divided in 3 subgroups based on polysaccharides and proteins and lipids. Those biopolymer materials have poor barrier thermal and moderate mechanical properties compared to their synthetic counterparts. But there are many chemical, enzymatic, or physical treatments that could be used to optimize their properties. And today there are many large industrial productions worldwide. Here are the listed some of the companies that produce in large scale these biopolymer materials. The other group are biopolymers synthesized from bioderived monomers. The most famous bioderived monomer is polylactic acid. The lactic acid is obtained by fermentation of glucose or starch from some biomaterial, and by polymerization we obtain polylactic acid. That is biodegradable thermoplastic linear polyester. It is similar to polystyrene. It is stiff, transparent. It has good thermal processability, and which is the most important, it is biocompatible. Here we can see that carbon footprint is even 10 times smaller compared when the other materials are produced. And when on the PLA market, the largest segment goes exactly to the packaging. The other materials from this group are various aliphatic polymers and copolymers and aliphatic aromatic copolymers. Which is common for all these materials is that they are biodegradable, they have good mechanical and barrier properties, and could be produced at competitive cost. They are interesting because their long chain well mimic the polyethylene behavior, and there's a really important tool which is called copolymerization, which could serve to tailor the properties of these materials. This is the process where we can use addition of various linkages, so we can affect their crystallinity and in this way biodegradation rate. Here on the graph, we tried to point that among all these materials, still polylactic acid is the most important in this group of bio-based materials. And the last section, are biopolymers obtained directly from natural or genetically modified microorganisms. The largest groups are polyhydroalkanoids. They are synthesized from microbial fermentation. Their properties and their application depend on the bacteria used and on the carbon source, so they can be manufactured from rigid brittle to plastic to rubber-like polymers. Here are some of the examples how these materials look alike, and which is most important for today's topic is that they are biodegradable, so here we can see the result of their biodegradation. What is also important that some microorganisms can use commercial synthetic polymers like styrene. Pseudomonas putida can convert styrene monomer to the PHA material. Beside polyhydroxyalkanoids, polyhydroxybutyrate is obtained also by bacterial fermentation of sugar or lipid. It has high crystallinity, which implies their good mechanical properties. It is adequate for packaging due to its lamellar structure, and also, which is really important, it is biodegradable because it completely degrades in the period of time of 5 to 6 weeks. So this market of bio-based materials exists. For the year 2019, it was estimated to be 1,952 kilotons. And here we can see the forecast that actually reveals the increasing trend for the further years. This market was valued at $1 billion in 2019, and it is expected to grow at least almost 3 times more by the year of 2027. There are many manufacturers worldwide, and there are many also industrial end users. I continuously was saying biodegradation, and here is the mechanism of this process. The first phase is related to disintegration, physical disintegration of long chains into smaller monomers, dimers, or oligomers, where those plastic fragments are too small, so they can be mineralized by the using of various microorganisms. The first phase, or the decomposition or the polymerization phase, could be driven by various mechanisms: photooxidative, thermal, or hydrolytical degradation. Photooxidative and thermal degradation actually rely on auto-oxidation cycles. The only difference between those two mechanisms is the sequence of steps that lead to auto-oxidation cycle and the place where the process actually occurs. Photochemical reactions occur only on the surface, while thermal reactions occur through the entire molecule. Hydrolytical degradation requires the presence of hydrolytic groups. They absorb moisture from the environment and also lead to the hydrolytic cleavage of the polymer chain. In the second phase, which is mineralization phase or bioassimilation phase, microorganisms play the most important role, and the environment conditions. What does that mean? Mogu da vratim? Unazad. If we have aerobic surrounding, we will have aerobic digestion, which means that our material will degrade into CO2, water, and biomass. And if biodegradation occurs in anaerobic conditions, the final products will be methane, CO2, and biomass. Composting is a specific type of decomposition. Since biodegradable materials are not necessarily compostable, while all compostable materials are biodegradable. What does this mean? Composting is a process where we use bio-based materials. We expose them to higher temperatures in the specific conditions and to activity of certain microorganisms. It could be industrial composting or home composting. In industrial composting, bioplastics are converted into biomass, water, and CO2 in a period of 6 to 12 weeks, and the resulting organic compost is completely eco-friendly. Some regulations are based for these processes. The standard 13432 defines the characteristics of some packaging material that must be fulfilled, so we can label that material as compostable. This standard also provides test schemes and evaluation criteria, and it is harmonized with European Directive on Packaging and Packaging Waste. The other standard, 14995, also evaluates compostability, also provides test schemes and specifications, but it broadens the scope because according to this standard and non-packaging applications are also taken into account. And as a conclusion, we can say that polymer materials, for good reasons, occupy the leading position in the packaging industry, but two lacks related to their process of the usage of non-renewable sources and their landfilling actually are driving force for the opening of new area of biodegradable materials which are eco-friendly. They are substitute for synthetic polymers. Biodegradable, renewable resources are used, and they're available and obtained by low-cost processes. This disintegration goes into two directions. First one is physical, the other one is driven by microorganisms, and it is important to make additional efforts which are related to governmental rules or let's say, investing in the infrastructure needed for more massive production of these materials, and to include initiatives to eliminate single-use plastics in the market. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I would like to invite audience for the questions or comments, if there is any. Yes, Professor De La Rosa.
Yes, may I ask a question? First of all, congratulations for your presentation. It's very interesting and complete also, because you took into account many types of biopolymer. I have a couple of questions related to the graph in which you showed the increase on the biopolymer. I don't remember the number of the slide. But the question is related to if in that graph you take into account all the type of biopolymers, bio-based, natural polymers, bio-based synthetic polymers like the polyethylene or bio-PET, or only the biodegradable or compostable polymers? This is the first question. And the second one is related to the biodegradable polymers with the use of additives that you mentioned at the beginning of your talk. So I think that by the law, they are not considering to be considering compostable. But my question is, if in Serbia you are using to collect also this type of biodegradable polymer in the organic waste, where we are putting usually only the compostable biopolymers.
Okay, thank you for your questions. May I answer first the second question?
The first question was related to the graph in which you showed the increasing, I think there's number 19, slide number 19. No, maybe this one, yes.
Yes, here on the graph with different colors are labeled bio-based, biodegradable materials, forecast for the further years, and the blue numbers represent the total capacity. It has the small legend on the top of the...
Yeah, because I wasn't able to read the legend, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much. So there is...
And regarding the second question, in Serbia, national regulation relies on usage of pro-degradants, and according to our rule book, biodegradable carry bags are recognized on the market, and it is producers are obliged to pay penalties if they don't use pro-degradants, or in other case they just use it and make those plastic bags biodegradable. I work at a laboratory that is certified to make those tests, but we actually make tests only related to the first phase of disintegration. We follow three criteria at the beginning of the testing, at the end of the testing, in a defined time, so we can say either that material will degrade to the small fragments or not. Our laboratory or any other in our country is not certified to follow the mineralization process. And that's the reason why I put it in a paper and put it in the presentation, because national regulation relies on the usage of this type of polyethylene carry bags. In the future, there are some considerations about using compostable bags, but I cannot say anything about that topic because national regulation is not still established.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Marco, for your questions. I would now invite the next
You're
speaker.
welcome.
It is Olivera Đuragić from Institute of Food Technology, University of Novi Sad. The presentation is entitled "Possibility of use fruit and vegetable-based byproduct as a feed ingredient." Please, you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to greet all of you on behalf of the group of the author from the Institute of Food Technology from Novi Sad. Yesterday we had opportunity to see a presentation from Professor De La Rosa and see some possible scenarios after the COVID-19 phase. And among them, we saw that in the future, researchers should be focused on the finding new ingredients, new functional ingredients, and also to decrease the food loss and to decrease the food waste. So in the next few minutes, I will give a short overview of the possibilities to find a solution, for example, for byproducts from the processing of vegetables and fruit, and to use it as a feed ingredient. Today, situation is very complicated because we know that the agriculture and food industry produces a lot of waste and a lot of byproducts. So it is generated during the different phase of the production, especially when you process these raw materials. We have a lot of leftovers from the cereals, from the fruits and vegetables, which are consisted from the skins, from the peels, seeds, leaves, and other inedible fraction. What is the main characteristic of those products? They have a low nutritional value. Also, they have a presence of potential toxic materials, and also they are inappropriate sensorical characteristics. So it's not easy to use them in a raw state. If you look at the worldwide situation, we can say that according to the Food and Agriculture Organization data, we can say that about 1.3 billion tons in the world of food production is wasted. So it is a very huge amount of these products. And from the other side, we have a lot of people who are starving. So the situation will be much worse up to the 2050 because we will have more people, more inhabitants on the world, about 10 billion, what is expected. In the future, EU strategies and some regulation promoted by European Commissions also proposed some programs that are connected and committed to sustainable development, and in order to minimize the food waste and food losses at the different level up to 2030. And the European Commission also considers it as a key factor for sustainability and reducing waste in the line with food safety, then the recovery of nutrients and raw materials. Also, they are dedicated for biodiversity conservation. Also, it is very important sustainable waste management and also promotion of renewable sources of energy. It is all consisted in the European Commission strategy, A Farm to Fork, which is dedicated for a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. And it is published in 2020. If you look at the regulation about the use of some byproducts in animal feed, there is one article in EU regulation 767 from 2019 that where is feed materials are defined as some products of vegetable or animal origin, which original purpose is to meet animals' nutritional needs in their natural state or processed. And also those are products derived from the industrial processing and organic or inorganic substances, and they can contain feed additives which are intended to use in oral animal feeding. They can be used directly or also they can be used after processing in some form of feed, like meshes or premixtures. It doesn't matter. According to type of products, byproducts, we have different origin. We have vegetable byproducts and fruit byproducts. In recent years, we have a lot of demands from small producers, from people who produce, for example, juices, jams, who has small wineries. So they ask, for example, us or other researchers to solve the problem because they have a lot of waste from their production. For example, in last 2 years, we had one project funded by Innovation Fund. Yesterday, we had opportunity to taste the wine from Winery Kovačević, and we have done some project for them. It was dedicated to use of the waste from the winery, for example, for grape pomace and possibility to use in animal feeding. And this project is finished, and we hope that it will be good for producer and also for us as opportunity to use a new ingredient. Regarding the vegetable byproducts, they are remains from industry, especially, for example, for juice production. We have tomato processing, beetroot processing, and also we have some leftovers from the market, from the groceries. So sometimes they don't know how to deal with, for example, lettuce or some other vegetables. Those byproducts have more protein components, for example, comparing to the fruits, and also they are a great source of functional ingredients. On the other side, we have fruit byproducts, and they became more popular because they have a lot of functional components, and they can be used in human and animal nutrition. So also they are rich in dietary fibers, polyphenols, and they are a good source of antioxidants. So we can use them both in human and animal nutrition. If you look at the source of nutrients, fruit byproducts, they are rich in functional ingredients such as polyphenols, carotenoids, and we can see some examples, for example, apple, orange, or grape pomace, which are rich in these components. And from the other side, vegetable byproducts are also rich in functional ingredients, but more, for example, with the polyphenols, carotenoids, unsaturated fatty acids, phytosterols, depending on the type of the vegetable. If we look at the whole processing, whole food chain, we have primary production and food industry. And from the both sides, we have residues in the shape of byproducts or co-products. Then we can use them as the main feed ingredients, but also we have possibility to extract some functional ingredients and to use further in animal feed. And consequently, we can get some products of animal origin, then they can be rich in functional ingredients. So it's very common on the market to find, for example, omega eggs or omega meat or something like that. But it's not easy to use these byproducts. There are a lot of problems or obstacles in order to use them. The first one is product inconsistency, because we have different types, for example, of vegetable, fruits, different varieties, which differs in their nutritional value. So we cannot calculate it we just have to calculate separately for each phase. Also, there are not a lot of evidence about the positive effects of these ingredients on animal performance. We need to manage a lot of animal trials. then it is very difficult to attract the producers and the feed manufacturers and also the farmers to use these products. So it is on the state level, because there are no some incentives for producers to push them to use these products. And also, in the end, it is very important to get some money from this business, and they expect some reasonable profit also from producers and up to farmers. So we can say that is main obstacles for the use of these products. And from the other side, we have a other type of obstacles. It's about the chemical and nutritional value. They contain the very large amount of the water. It is between 60 and 80%. So they are very available for the microbial contamination. Also, they have a lot of sugars. Some, for example, fruit products, byproducts have a lot of sugars, which are necessary for microorganisms to fermentation. So it is the main problem. And also, because in the primary production, there are a lot of pesticides or some other substances, toxic substances that are used. And so sometimes they can be potentially toxic. We have organochlorine, pesticides, heavy metal, and also they can be infected by microorganisms, molds and yeasts. So it's a problem of feed safety then consequently. Those are some examples of nutritional value of, for example, apple pomace and grape pomace, and we can say this is dehydrated products, so everything is calculated on dry matter. So we can say that there are good source, for example, of crude protein, crude fiber. Some of them have a total sugar, good level of total sugar. Also, grape pomace is rich in crude protein, crude fiber, and energy, gross energy is also high, and it is good for animal performances. From the other side, we have vegetable byproducts. Also, we have tomato pomace, and also it is rich in protein and crude fiber. And for example, sugar beet pulp, also rich in crude fiber. So those components are very important, and especially, for example, if we look at the minerals, we can say that pomace has potential to be transformed into valuable feed ingredients because they are a good source of macro and micronutrients, such as minerals like magnesium, zinc, calcium, sodium, etc. And we can say that, for example, chocoberry and raspberry pomace are rich in magnesium and calcium, while beetroot and tomato contain a high level of potassium. It is well known that tomato is rich in potassium. So at the end, we can say that fruit and vegetable products or waste, we can say it is waste, could be valuable feed ingredients. But we need some effective and efficient utilization of these wastes, and they could reduce the cost of the animal feeding, but also they could increase the farmers' profits and generate an array of value-added products and help in waste. It's very important for environment, so we can, with good management, we can reduce environmental pollution, so it is also in accordance with the European strategy. So in our institute, we have done some research with the raspberry pomace, tomato pomace, chocoberry, beetroot, and we find very good results, and probably in the future we'll try to manage some feeding trials and to get some other results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were really on time, and we appreciate it. So can I ask for questions or comments? Do we have some? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. You were really on time, and we appreciate it. So can I ask for questions or comments? Do we have? Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. If not, I have a short question. When you showed results for pomaces, they were from 88% to 95% of dry matter. Does it mean that they are they obtained just after separating juices, or this is a result after some additional treatment?
No.
No,
it's just after.
Yeah. Okay.
Separate.
Thank you. Is there any other question?
I have comments only. Thank you for your nice presentation. It was very interesting for me. And I have only some comments. The vegetable can have higher moisture content than 80%, for example, tomato 95 and cabbage also about 92. It is higher than you say.
Yes.
Only small comments.
Okay.
Professor De La Rosa, floor is yours for your
No, I don't have a special question, but congratulations for the presentation. Just the curiosity regarding the fact that it could be possible to standardize in some way the content of sugars, of proteins, with some biotechnological ways. For example, the use of some fermentation in order to lead in such way the standardization of some components, or to have a certain type of standardization, because I understood that one of the problems is that the composition of this type of waste are often very different from different type of sources. So this could be eventually.
Yes, you're right, Professor. That's the main obstacles for use of these byproducts. It is not possible sometimes to standardize these products. So we have to solve the problem, especially for some producers, not for all.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, because
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all. I would thank once more Dr. Olivera Đuragić, and I would invite the next speaker. It is Professor Jelena Payne from University of Novi Sad, Faculty of Technology, and she will join us online with a presentation entitled Application of Unmelted Raw Materials in Brewing. Jelena, welcome, and please.
Hi, Alexandra.
Hi.
Hi, can you see the presentation? I hope you can.
Yes. Yes, it's fine.
Sorry, I had some technical problems. Okay. Good day to all. I'm so happy to be able to share our new findings with you today. I'm sorry that we are not present at the conference, and hopefully next year we will be able to meet again. Today I will talk about the application of unmalted raw materials in brewing, which has been an emerging topic in the last decade. As you all know, beer is a refreshing low alcoholic carbonated beverage, and it is also very nutritious. Its production is spread all over the world. The most of the beer is produced in European region and the Americas, as well as China, but in the rest of the world, in almost every country. Its production has grown to almost 2 billion liters produced worldwide, and it takes second place after spirits, which represent the first place with almost 45% of the recorded consumed alcoholic beverages around the world. Beer is on the second place with approximately 35%. Popularity of beer arises not just from the alcohol kick, of course, but it's from its pleasant sensory attributes and favorable and nutritional and health characteristics that come from several compounds present in beer and originate from barley malt as well as hops used in the brewing process. Those are polyphenols, flavonoids, and humulon, and some of them can reduce the risks of cardiovascular disease development. This all, of course, depends upon a moderate consumption of beer. It contains low alcohol content up to approximately 5%. Of course, there are different types of beer with different alcohol content, but the general recommendations for women are 1 drink per day and 2 drinks maximum daily for men. I don't, of course, recommend to consume alcohol daily, but this is the maximum value that is prescribed for women or men per day. Today's consumers are commonly asking for reduced alcohol, gluten, sugar, or carbohydrates content in beer, but without changing its native sensory characteristics. That's why the beer industry has taken the opportunity to expand and to produce new products to make progress and, of course, to reach the new consumers. Today, beer industry is producing, of course, gluten-free beer from pseudo cereals predominantly and low alcohol and non-alcoholic beer, but as well as functional beer, for example, with enhanced contents of hops, some compounds deriving from hops, or beer-based drinks which are made from beer and mixed with cola and fruit juices, as well as sugar and some other additives. Beer is produced from wort. Wort is the main product after barley is cooked with water and hops, and hopped wort is used in beer fermentation. Beer is produced by a producing microorganism, yeast Saccharomyces cerevisiae or Pastorianus, depending on the type of fermentation and beer produced, ale or lager. These main ingredients are costly, especially barley malt and hops, and brewers today are under constant pressure to produce consistently high quality beer at lower costs. This led to replacing malt barley with various less expensive unmalted raw materials called adjuncts, but also this gave them a chance to create a new unique beer depending on the type of adjunct used in the brewing process. There are starch-rich and sugar-rich adjuncts and are both used at the same ratio in brewing, and almost 90% of the world's beer market are brewed with adjuncts, starch-rich or sugar-rich. Starch-rich adjuncts are non-malt sources of extractable carbohydrates, meaning that different cultivars, different such as maize, rice, sorghum, predominantly in Africa, are used to replace barley malt, but usually they don't contribute to the enzyme activity or the soluble and free amino nitrogen concentration in wort and beer. Maize is predominantly used in Europe and America, up to 50%. Of course, rice is used in Asia, up to 50%. And sorghum is used in Africa. Today here in Serbia, maize is mostly used as a replacement for barley malt, as well as native barley, not malted barley, but barley are used for beer production. There are some main advantages and disadvantages in using other cereals in beer production. Of course, the first one and the most important one today is economic. Unmalted cereals are cheaper and they could give a final sensory quality, they could contribute the final sensory quality of beer. They can give us a unique taste of beer. when adjuncts are used, carbon footprint is lower, and barley cannot really be cultivated in tropical and subtropical regions such as Africa, and that's why sorghum is a dominant cereal used in beer production there. But when we use corn and rice, for example, adjuncts that have high gelatinization temperature, star degradation temperature, we need to invest in a cereal cooker, and due to their very low enzymatic activity of the most adjuncts, commercial enzymes must be used, and this of course increases costs. Usage of too much adjuncts, 50–70%, can lead to a reduced free amino nitrogen content in wort, which is essential component for growth of yeast cells. But we have investigated triticale, since triticale is an exception. Triticale is the first man-made hybrid between wheat and rye, and it has many advantages for the grower. Higher grain yield, even in unfavorable conditions, higher test weight, resistance to soil climatic conditions, tolerance to dryness and more acid soils, and a lower requirement of nutrient substances. In Serbia, we have approximately 100,000 hectares, if I'm right, of acid soils, which could be good for triticale cultivation. Triticale, in a brewing sense, is an interesting cereal as a partial substitute for barley malt, since it has high extract content and a low gelatinization temperature from 59 to 65, which is very close to barley malt. Gelatinization temperature, and also even in unmalted form, has very high activity of amylolytic enzymes. That's why there is no need for the addition of commercial enzymes in some triticale varieties. Disadvantages that could occur is the increase in wort viscosity and therefore slower wort separation and possible slower beer filtration in after beer fermentation. This is an ongoing study, and we are currently working on beer fermentation and beer production. But today I will talk about production of wort, the possibility, the evaluation of possibility of triticale as a partial substitute for barley malt in wort production. Both triticale varieties were given to us from with the kindness of colleagues from the Institute of Crops in Novi Sad, and were grown on the experimental fields near Novi Sad, and Spaun and Odyssey. They were used in wort production for beer production without and with the addition of commercial enzyme for viscosity reduction, since this is the problem that can occur. And triticale was used in different shares in wort production, 10, 30, 50, and 70%. We have tried to decrease the enzyme content. First of all, we have used 50 microliters per mash, which was recommended by the producer. And then we tried to reduce this quantity in order to to lower the costs. Barley malt used in all the experiments was of a good quality with high extract content, good activity of amylolytic and proteolytic enzymes. In first triticale variety N. Spaun, of course, the most important parameter is extract, which is the economic parameter. And with an increase in triticale share in the grist, of course, extract content decreased. And with the addition of enzymes, there was no influence on extract activity in such as N. Spaun and Odyssey variety. But the extract content decreased only by 5% when 70% of triticale share was used. This is, of course, 70% is very high percentage and is not used on daily basis, maybe 30 to 50%. But we wanted to see what happens if we replace barley malt by 70% with triticale. So wort soluble nitrogen content decreased, but remained in the optimum range from 0.55 to 0.75 and more percentages of dry matter. And even at 10 and 30% of triticale share in the grist, it was higher than in wort produced only from barley malt. Only wort-soluble nitrogen content was a bit lower at 70% of triticale variety Odyssey, so this was a bit too much, but still very close to the lower range. Wort viscosity increased with an increase of triticale share in the grist, but for the variety NS pound, it was still below the parameter determined by brewers that it has to be lower than 1.6 millipascal seconds. So with this variety, even without the addition of enzymes, wort viscosity was adequate, up to 70% of triticale share in the grist. Odyssey gave higher viscosities, more than 1.6, but with the application of sharezyme, even at the lowest concentration of 5 microliters, good viscosities were obtained. If you look at the other parameters, saccharification, filtration, wort clarity, and wort color, we can conclude that without the addition of enzyme, saccharification was too long, above 60 minutes, with 70% of NS pound in the grist. Other parameters were good. And with the addition of enzyme, other parameters were even better, very short filtration time, although viscosities were higher with the addition of triticale, filtration time was excellent and color was very low, below 4 EBC units. When Odyssey was used as a replacement for barley malt, filtration time was prolonged, was more than 60 minutes, and saccharification time was more than 60 minutes at 70% of triticale share. We can conclude that really 70% of triticale share is too much, and maybe it is not good for, maybe it is much better to use up to 30 or 50% than 70%. If 70% of triticale share in the grist is used, then the addition of amylolytic enzymes is necessary. Good parameters were also achieved with variety Odyssey with the addition of sharezyme, and very low wort color below 4 EBC units, as well as other parameters such as saccharification up to 20-25 minutes, which was adequate according brewing standards. We can conclude that wort viscosity increased with an increase of triticale share in the grist, and both triticale varieties could be used up to 70% with the addition of commercial enzyme sharezyme. Soluble nitrogen content decreased with an increase of triticale share in the grist, but regarding soluble nitrogen content, both triticale varieties could be used as a substitute for barley malt up to 70%. Wort color, which can be a problem when triticale is used because some triticale varieties give worts and beers that are darker. In this case, in both varieties, even at high triticale shares, triticale varieties could be used in the production of pale beers. I would like to thank you all kindly for your attention.
Thank you, Jelena. I will ask for any question or comment to Jelena's presentation, if there is any.
Hi, Marco.
Hi. Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, I'm not involved in research on beer, but I'm a pretty good beer drinker. So,
that's good.
yeah. So my question is related to the impact on the sensory properties of the use of this triticale up to 70% in the final beer.
We are now working on that. We are now working on fermentation. My PhD student, it is her topic of her PhD thesis, and she's now working on beer production currently in the last few months. So we will see maybe next year. But what we have seen so far, maybe up to 30% is adequate, but at higher ratios, it has an impact on sensory characteristics. It is changed.
So Okay, so we will see next Inoptep in presence. I hope, hopefully, of course.
Yeah, me too.
Very
Good
very
to see you, Marco.
My pleasure, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have some other questions? Comments? No? Thank you, Jelena.
Thank you.
Then I will invite the next speaker. It is Dobrivoje Poštić. He's coming from Institute for Plant Protection and Jelena, please switch from share screen so we can.
Kako to da uradim?
Stop sharing. Stop share. Excellent. Završila si. Taj deo. Odlično. So. Dobro. Jelena, samo još i mikrofon da isključiš. Okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Dobrivoje Poštić. He's coming from Institute for Plant Protection and Environment, Belgrade. The presentation is entitled The Effect of Mechanized Planting on Early Potato Yield in Organic System Production. Please.
Thank you. Good day, dear colleagues. I came from Institute for Plant Protection. Okay, thank you. I came from Institute for Plant Protection and Environment in the front group of author Ratibor Štrbanović and Rade Stanisavljević and me. I present works under title Effective Mechanism Planting on Components Yields and Early Potato in Organic System Production. Morače. Hop. Okay. Early potato especially significant for human diet, and early potato as a rule always have a good price and a highly accumulative crop. In large consumer centers and areas gravitated large cities, the number of vegetable growers who decide produce early potato with certain degree protection. In area Potisje, Mačva and Srem and other regions Vojvodina and Serbia, cultivation early potato increasingly important place. Great natural pollution potential and unpolluted natural research. Serbia presents a development of this branch of agriculture. Today in the world, areas with organic production amount 0.9% of total agricultural area. Huge average percent of this area in Europe, 6.2%. From 8 countries, Deutschland and Netherlands and over to 10%. In Serbia, tendency organic production grow and share organic production in total area used land is 0.38% in 2070 years. Organic potato in area only 20 years or 0.6% of total organic production. Mechanized planting compared to manual planting has benefits, productivity increase, decrease production cost, planting time shortened, and quality work improves. More precise uniform plant depth and forms greater height, which provides better microclimatic condition for surface of soil 10 centimeters. Aim of this study was determined influence of planting planting method of different variety of potato in organic system cultivation under condition Western Serbia.
Da.
How can we improve production area potato? Selection variety sprouting, improving thermal condition. Selection variety, you can see on this slide 5 most common usually variety potato in early potato production. Sprouting, early germination 15 to 20 days, optimal length sprouts 1 to 2 centimeter, growth, sprouting we conduct in growth chamber in controlled condition, and outside if condition allowed. On this slide, we can see sprouting plant material and without sprouting crop, same dye planting, same variety, and on the second part, you can see delayed crop without sprouting. Improving thermal condition in earlier planting date, vegetable produce use agrotextile. Effects agrotextile on temperature in regime in potato. You can see a line frost and outside temperature and temperature below agrotextile. Harvesting early potato, washing waste early potato in near a river or trail, tractor trail, packaging, wood cracks and box paper and water. Moment price of early potato in our country in conventional production. In beginning May, price about 1.7 to €2 per kilogram, and the end of May, price decrease and on level about 25 cents per kilogram. Material method, we use for variety 2 early Carrera and Bella Rossa and 2 middle 8 Agria and Desire field crop conducting in near city Loznica, in village Lipnički Šor, and on this table you can see properties of soil at experiment. Field experiment set up as a trofactorial method, split plot with 4 application, planting date 15 and 4 April respectively 2070 and 8 years. Because huge amount precipitation in first decade of April in 70 years delayed planting date, and this negative consequence for potato early yield. Harvest on both years 30 June. Results you can see on this table that genotype planting method significant influence on the all characteristics early potato on level 0.01 to 0.05 level, or factor years significance influence only for number of tubers per plant and mean tuber weight. On this slide, you can see that early variety potato Bellarossa and Carrera had lesser number tuber per plant compared to middle-late potato Agria and Desiree. Also, mechanized planting method affected on number high yield, high number tubers per plant than compared to manual planting. Also, we can see on coefficient correlation, number tubers per plant and mean tuber weight had a significant negative correlation and opposite tendency mean tuber weight. If increase number tubers per plant increases mean tuber weight per plant. Total tuber yield of potato, you can see that early potato variety Bellarossa and Carrera compared to middle-late Desiree had lesser, higher yield early potato. Marketable yield, same results. And non-marketable yield had opposite tendency on marketable yields, and the share marketable tubers grade 10, 28 millimeter total yield is 97 to 99 on Bellarossa and Carrera, and for potato middle-late variety from 91 to 95. Conclusion, based on our results, we can conclude that mechanism planting at all variety in both years research were found huge values of yield components early potato compared to variant manual planting, and early variety Bellarossa and Carrera achieved huge number tuber per plant and mean tuber weight all components potato from middle-late, 10 middle-late Agria and Desiree. And my conclusion, the odd-fall genotypes observe a different year to achieve higher yield in young potato in West Serbia. We recommend growing early maturity Bellarossa and Carrera with application mechanism planting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Postić. No, it's fine. So can I invite audience for the comments or questions? Okay. Me.
You tested early and conventional varieties in your experiment. Two early varieties and two. Okay. Okay, of early varieties, and you had another set of varieties.
I don't hear. Rani kasna, da, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you maybe monitor the difference in occurrence of Ptolemea, of tuber moth? Because you're talking about the organics.
I understand. I understand because because early production potato in Serbia finish in the end in June. All plant protection without production early potato in Serbia without protection, only thermal treatment. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and discussion. I will invite now the next speaker. It is Dr. Dragana Mladenovic from Faculty of Technology, or actually Innovation Center of the Faculty of Technology and Metallurgy, University of Belgrade. And the presentation is entitled Lactic Acid Production from Corn Cob. The floor is yours.
Stavila dobro. Ne mogu da držim. Mogu. Pa ja mislim da je okej. Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm glad to be here this year again. And to have opportunity to present you one part of research that we have been working on at the Faculty of Technology and Metallurgy. And the topic of my talk today will be production of lactic acid from corn cob. For several years now, we have been focusing on development and optimization of different bioraffinery processes for conversion of different lignocellulosic biomass into lactic acid. We can say that this topic is very closely related to one of 17 Global Sustainable Development Goals, which were introduced by United Nations, and it calls for responsible consumption and production, and calls for transition towards low waste and green economy. Why we are interested in production of lactic acid? Well, because it has many important applications in different fields of industry. We can see that a huge amount of lactic acid that was produced globally last year was used in polymer industry or for production of biodegradable polymers. We heard about that topic in the first presentation. Second big consumer of lactic acid is food and beverage industry, then chemical industry, personal care, pharmaceutical production, and so on. We can say that this utilization of lactic acid in production of biodegradable polymers is most probably driven by global plastic crisis, which we are facing today. We have so many examples of entire plastic islands in our water resources. Even in our country, we have some of them in rivers. And because of that, we can say that production of biopolymers is recognized as a possible solution for this global crisis. On a commercial scale, lactic acid is produced from edible crops, depending on geographical location. These are sugarcane, corn, cassava, and others. And we can say that, this is a very good example of circular or green economy. However, knowing that we need enough food for growing world population, there is a question: can we make lactic acid and its polymers from non-edible raw materials? Here in this table, we have data on total agricultural residue production per crop globally, and also agricultural residue availability. Data on availability are correlated with land surface area which was planted with corresponding crop, And we can see that rice, wheat, and maize or corn are planted much more than other crops. And we can say that residues from these crops are present in largely available, and we can expect them to be sufficient for production of lactic acid. Here in this table, we have data on potential fermentable sugar production and also lactic acid production from these residues. And we can see that residues from corn are, such as stalks or corn cob, are positioned highly at the top of the table, which indicates their potential to be used for lactic acid production. If we want to produce lactic acid on corn cob or any other kind of lignocellulosic biomass, we should know that pretreatment is first and very important step in that processing. Its role is to remove lignin, to separate complex carbohydrates such as cellulose and hemicellulose, and to further facilitate enzymatic hydrolysis to monomeric sugars or glucose, which could be finally converted into lactic acid through the fermentation applying lactic acid bacteria. In this process for enzymatic hydrolysis, it is preferably to get this fraction of cellulose because it is composed of monomeric sugars or glucose, which can be converted to lactic acid. However, hemicellulose is heteropolymer composed of 6 carbon sugars, but also of 5 carbon sugars, which later, through biochemical pathways in lactic acid bacteria, can be converted through another pathways and result in a lower lactic acid yield. As I said, pretreatment is very important. Some previous studies reported that it is also most costly stage, and it is usually energy very demanding step. Also, some traditional or conventional treatments, they apply high energy and high pressure. Also, they use some strong chemicals, alkali or acid solutions, and we can say that they are not much environmentally friendly. Because of that, we need to move towards some treatment which are sustainable, which are environmentally friendly and more green. These are ultrasound, microwave, high hydrostatic pressure, pulsed electric field. And in this research, we applied microwave treatment, comparing to conventional heating. Microwave has many advantages. Some of them are non-contact heating, then rapid heating, shorter reaction time, uniform heat distribution, higher level of control, and lower energy consumption. In our experiments, we started from ground and sieved corn cob, which was pretreated using microwave heating and water as a solvent. We applied 3 powers number, 90 watts, 180, 360 watts. After treatment, we got solid fraction, which was separated and characterized in terms of crystallinity index. Then this fraction was subjected to enzymatic hydrolysis. During hydrolysis, cellulose adsorption concentration was estimated, and also reducing sugar concentration also. After hydrolysis, the best obtained hydrolysate was subjected to lactic acid fermentation, and we used for us well-known homofermentative lactic acid producer. And finally, we got results on lactic acid concentration, yield, and productivity. And these are main results. When we talk about composition, we can say that corn cob has almost equal amount of hemicellulose and cellulose, approximately 44%, while lignin content was about 6%. Comparing to corn husk, we can note that lignin content was slightly lower, and also corn husk has slightly lower cellulose content. After treatment, analyzing changing in crystallinity, we can see that applying higher microwave power, we recorded a decrease in crystallinity index. Applying some treatments, we can expect two scenarios. One of them is to get decreased crystallinity index, and it happens because of disruption of hydrogen bonds between glucose molecules. Also, if we apply harsh conditions, we can non-selectively dissolve cellulose and lose cellulose, which can finally result in decreasing of crystallinity. Some other treatments can result in increasing of crystallinity because of degradation of or reduction of more amorphous cellulose domains. Or if we, in our treatment, lose, for example, lignin or hemicellulose, in total mass, we will get increased crystallinity index. Here are results on enzyme absorption during hydrolysis. It is important to note that absorption is equally important as desorption of enzyme, because in general hydrolysis starts after enzyme get adsorbed onto cellulose molecules. After hydrolysis, enzyme should be desorbed into a solution, and after desorption, it is ready to start decomposition or hydrolysis of another part of cellulosic chain, and this is considered as a very important for hydrolysis efficiency. Also, it is important to say that non-specific binding of enzyme could happen on lignin, and this is considered as a negative effect of that scenario. In this graph, we can see that substantial amount of enzyme was associated with our substrate at the very beginning of fermentation. After some time during fermentation, we recorded higher enzyme concentration in substrate which was treated with higher microwave power. This could be explained by the fact that at the very beginning of fermentation, there are a number of binding places available on substrate. However, when hydrolysis progressed, the number of those sites decreased, and we have a gradual release of enzyme into solution. On the right side, we have reducing sugar concentration during hydrolysis, and we can see that higher sugar concentration was recorded in sample which was treated with higher microwave power comparing to untreated sample and also another treated samples. And finally, these are results on lactic acid production from best obtained hydrolysate and untreated corn cob. And we managed to get higher lactic acid concentration in case of a treated sample. Also productivity and the yield were significantly higher. Also, although these results are not enough to be applied in some large scale or industrial scale, they encourage us for some further studies on microwave treatment. And also we will try to get better insight into changes of crystallinity, cellulose and lignin surface area after treatment, then chemical composition, and to try to correlate them with hydrolysis and fermentation efficiency. This would be my final note instead of conclusion. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm glad to answer any question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. May I ask an audience for questions or comments? Okay. Marco, the floor is yours for question.
Yes, but I don't want to monopolize the floor for the question. If there are some questions from the audience there, I can wait, or I can avoid my question.
Please proceed with your question. And
okay. So thank you very much. Very nice, really wonderful presentation. My interest is related to the intensity of the microwave treatment, because I saw, at least I try to remember, that there is not a relation between the energy in the microwave treatment and the effect. So you have the effect, or even with the lower energy, 90 watts. So my question is, do you think that the effect of the treatment, the good effect, is related to the thermal treatment provoked by the microwave, or non-thermal treatment by the effect of the microwave on the structure of your product? Because even at the lower energy, you have a good result. So probably this is enough in relation to the energy impact of the treatment.
Thank you for your question. Well, this experiment was conducted in a small household microwave. We don't have a microwave reactor, but we are looking for some to conduct another part of research. This was just preliminary study, and we measure temperature, and we can say that this effect of treatment was caused by effect of heating. It was connected with that. With higher temperature we got after treatment, we recorded better results. Also, we analyzed liquid fraction, and there we found some amount of sugars which correlate with treatment power and temperature also.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, because in the graph I try to remember, because I didn't find exactly a linear relationship between the microwave power and the effect of the sugar in the solution. So
in sugar we had correlation. Applying higher power, we got higher sugar concentration.
Okay,
although this is not much, but the difference is there, and with highest power we got significantly higher difference.
Very good. Thank you so much. Again, congratulations.
Susanna, you can
yes, some comments only. Yes, thank you for your nice presentation, and I would like to say you only that in the higher power of the microwave we can know that the cell membrane are destroyed, and I think it is the problem with. Thank you, only this.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have more questions?
Excuse me.
Okay. Thank you. Then, since this was the last presentation for this session, I would like to thank all the authors and the audience. And also, I want to take one personal note before this 10-minute break. I would like to thank Professor Babic and all the members of the society who really showed resilience in organizing this event. I think I shared that impression with the online and offline present participants. And I also would like to thank Professor Kulic for managing technical administrative moderation aspects of this event yesterday and today. It was really nice, and I really wanted to say that. Once more, I want to thank everyone who were present and presented their work in this session. And we have a 10-minute break, and then we will be back for the Block C of our presentations. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Okay. Welcome to the C block of the second day of our conference. We will start this block with a presentation of Giorgia Gozzi from University of Bologna. Giorgia, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Can you see?
Please.
Okay.
Please
okay.
continue.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the organizer for letting me to present my work, the use of electrolyzed water in sprout production to control microbial contamination. The consumption of ready-to-eat sprouted seed in Europe has undergone a sharp increase due to the health benefit associated with a good dietary value combined with the ongoing consumer trends toward eating health. In particular, Daikon sprout are characterized by high nutritional value due to the high concentration of vitamins and minerals. During the production process of the sprout, seeds are kept in water for 4 and 5 days in the presence of high humidity and a temperature between 22 and 28 degrees. These conditions are, however, suitable for the growth of endogenous microbiota on the surface of the seed. Moreover, to improve the water absorption during germination, entanglements are cracked, but this reduces the effectiveness of any decontaminating treatment. The microbiota of the seed is generally represented by several spoilage bacteria, but also pathogens may be present. And at the end of the production process, microbial cell loads are very high, up to 8 log CFU per gram. And this results in both high microbial risk, as evidenced also by European recent cases of foodborne disease associated with the consumption, and in a very short shelf life. So the most common decontamination strategy is based on the use of chlorine. However, it's not permitted in all the country due to the concern related to the human health. So alternative treatment options have therefore been proposed, including electrolyzed water. Electrolyzed water is electrochemically produced by a solution of tap water and a chlorine salt in electrolysis chamber. Many studies reported its antimicrobial activity against various microorganisms in a short time in food product and food processing surface. Electrolyzed water has many advantages. For example, it's safety because it's not corrosive, it's easy to use and low cost. Moreover, it has a low environmental impact because it quickly interacts with organic matter and water. On the other hand, the main disadvantages is its fast loss of the antimicrobial activity. So, in this context, the objective of our study was to evaluate the efficacy of electrolyzed water for the production of sprouted daikon seed with a high microbial quality. We compare this seed with those produced with tap water or sodium hypochlorite by changing or not the water during the sprouting process. Therefore, the reduction in the microbial population of the sprouted seed following a washing with electrolyzer water or a control sanitizer were evaluated. So daikon seeds were germinated for 48 hours in automatic machine in which tap water, electrolyzed water or sodium hypochlorite were used as a soaking solution. We process seeds with or without changing the solution every 6 or 8 hours. After 24 hours and the end of the germination, sprout and soaking solution were analyzed to check for the level of mesophilic and psychophilic bacteria and Enterobacteriaceae. Moreover, we visually monitored the length of the sprout. Secondly, electrolyzed water was used to wash the previously obtained sprout by dipping from 5 to 30 minutes. Moreover, we prepare a control sample which are washed with sodium hypochlorite at the concentration of 100 ppm. The effectiveness of the washing was evaluated against mesophilic bacteria. So let's move on to the results. In this slide, I recorded the picture related to the growth of the sprout during 48 hours of germination. And as you can see, there is not visible and detectable differences between sprout germinated in presence of tap water or electrolyzed water. While in this slide, the microbial results of sprout after 24 and 48 hours of germination are reported. In particular, we can see that after 24 hours of germination, the seeds soaked with electrolyzed water have a lower level of contamination for all examined bacteria than those soaked with tap water. However, prolonging the sprouting up to the 48 hours, these differences completely disappear. These negative results are due to the fast depletion of the active chlorine during the germination. As you can see in the table, the chlorine content fastly decreased from 100 ppm to 7 ppm after 24 hours, and it completely disappeared at the end of the germination. So, in order to improve the efficacy and the decontamination efficacy of the electrolyzed water, we set up a second test in which the soaking solution were changed every 6 and 8 hours. Indeed, as you can see from this slide, the use of electrolyzed water and the regular change significantly limited the growth of mesophilic and psychrophilic bacteria. Compared to tap water, the cell load were about 2 log units lower than tap water, with a final value of 6 log CFU per gram against 8 log CFU per gram of sprout germinated in the tap water. On the other hand, sodium hypochlorite had, for these two groups of bacteria, a higher efficacy than electrolyzed water, with a final microbial load of about 5 log CFU per gram. On the other hand, the effect of electrolyzed water on the Enterobacteriaceae was the same as the sodium hypochlorite. Usually, this group is used as a fecal contamination index. Moving on the second part of the study, this graph shows the inactivation level obtained by washing the sprout after the germination in electrolyzed water, in tap water, and sodium hypochlorite. The greatest log reduction were found in seed previously germinated in tap water. In fact, already after 5 minutes of washing with electrolyzed water, the viability loss was about 1 log, and it increased up to 1.5 after the longest treatment. Even in sprout previously germinated in electrolyzed water and then washed again with electrolyzed water, we saw a similar trend. Concerning the sodium hypochlorite, it was less effective, and its inactivation never exceeds 1 logarithmic unit. Overall, the worst data were those obtained with sprout produced with sodium hypochlorite, with an activation level that did not exceed half log, regardless the washing time and the solution used. So, in conclusion, electrolyzed water allowed to obtain sprout with a contamination of 1/1/2 log unit lower than seed sprouted in tap water without any water change over 24 hours. But changing the soaking solution improved the microbial quality of the sprout seed by reducing their contamination by an additional 1 or 2 log cycle at the end of the germination. This highlights the importance to maintain adequate level of active chlorine throughout the sprouting phase in order to have a sprout with high microbial quality. On the other hand, sodium hypochlorite had a slightly higher efficacy than electrolyzed water against mesophilic and psychophilic bacteria, but its effect was the same against Enterobacteriaceae. I want to remember that this microbial group include also pathogens such as Escherichia coli and Salmonella. Concerning the second phase and the washing test, the electrolyzed water was much more effective than sodium hypochlorite already after 5 minutes in decontaminating the sprout, whatever was the soaking solution used during the sprouting of the seed. And overall, the combined use of electrolyzed water in the sprouting phase in the following washes reduces the contamination of the spoilage microbiota of about 3-4 log units compared with those germinated with tap water by improving the shelf life of the sprout and reducing the risk of the foodborne disease. I want to thank our food microbiology group, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Georgia, for nice and informative presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience present here or online? Any questions? Philip, do we have questions? No? Okay. Professor Babic has a question.
Hello, Georgia. Mirko here.
Hello.
Did you prepare songs for next Inoptep?
I can hear you.
Torna e Sorrento, you promise?
Ah, yes. I will sing for you.
Granada again. Thank you, Georgia, for a nice presentation.
You're welcome.
Georgia, can I ask one question?
Yes.
It refers to the practical use of electrolyzed water. Do you see its possible use at larger scale? And also, is it affordable in financial sense?
Okay. Yes, is it possible to use? For example, we prepare this, when you prepare electrolyzed water, we obtain a small amount, but the chlorine content is very high, about 3000 ppm. So we diluted the electrolyzed water with 100 ppm of active chlorine as sodium hypochlorite. It's used normally for the washing of the vegetable. And I can understand the second part of the question, please, if you can repeat me.
Is it affordable? Is it expensive? Is it affordable or is it expensive?
First of all, it may be expensive when you buy the machine, but after that, the production is not expensive because you need only salt. For example, we use potassium salt and tap water. So it's not so expensive. Moreover, if you dilute the solution, you can treat a lot of vegetable with one preparation.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope to see
You're
you
welcome.
alive in the next Inoptep or PTEP. Thank you
Yes,
very much. Bye.
I hope so.
The next presenter today is Ahmet Polat from University of Bursa. Do we have Ahmet online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. And one technical recommendation: you have the backlight turned on.
Okay.
We don't see you. We have see only your silhouette.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, everyone. I'm Ahmet Polat. I'm research assistant at Bursa Yıldız University at the Department of Biosystem Engineering. I hope you are okay under this pandemic conditions. And I will share my presentation. Now, can you see? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, it is shared. Okay, you
okay.
can continue.
Sorry, I should. Title of my presentation is Microwave Convective Drying of Black Chocolate. We worked together with Onur Taşkın and Nazmi İzli. My presentation consists of this part. I will start talk about the black chocolate and the other part, and I'm planning to finish with conclusion part. Black chocolate, the other name is Aronia melanocarpa. Aronia is the one of the important berry fruits with a high P-optic research content. As a result of this feature, it has played an important role in health promotive part. Fresh aronia fruits have a short consumption time like other fruits. Some processes have been developed for consumption off-season by extending the shelf life of the product. One of this process is drying. What is drying? Drying is the process of removing water in products as soon as possible by using appropriate techniques without damaging the product quality. What is the advantages of drying? Early harvest possibility, long shelf life, increasing the efficiency of packaging, transport, and storage by volume reduction, and prevention of aflatoxin formation. Drying methods, you can see the drying methods, conduction, radiation, dielectric, convection, osmotic, and freeze drying. We use two types of these methods, and I will talk about a small information about the principle of microwave and the convection drying. The principle of microwave drying, the water molecules that rub against each other with the effect of the vibration at the high speed reveal the heat energy. And you can see the photo of the microwave radiation type wavelet and the frequency. And this is the kitchen type microwave oven. And you can see parts with the power supply. Magnetron generates microwave rays, and with the help of waveguide and stereo, the rays spread up the product that we dry. This is the principle, and you can see the industrial type of the microwave dryer. And what is the advantages and disadvantages of this method? Advantage is shortening the drying time, a high energy efficiency. It prevents hardening of product by overheating the surface. Disadvantages are high investment costs, non-uniform heating of amorphous food, and darkening occurs. Drying of high sugars in food with heating. The principle of convective heating. Convective drying is a process of removing water with the air via simultaneous heat, mass, and momentum transfer. The required heat is conducted to food by the stream of hot air. This is the parts of the simple convective dryer. It's parts of advanced convective dryer. You can see in these photos. What is the advantages of this technique? Easy of use, the most economical and widely adopted technique in food industry. What are the disadvantages of this method? Hot air's contact with the product for long periods of time, so the nutritional properties of product are lost and their sensory properties change, and it was high due to the long processing time. What is the between of these methods? Product heating. The heating starts with outside in a hot air drying. Contrary, the heating starts with inside in microwave drying method. The aim of this study is to produce better quality product, but eliminating the non-advantageous aspect by combining two methods. Moreover, it's aimed to investigate the impact of microwave convective process on drying time, thermal behavior, radiation, shrinkage, energy consideration, and microstructure of black chalkberry. This is the samples of fresh blackberry used in this is the material I will test this, and you can see in the photo the custom modified microwave convective dryer, and we use 6 different microwave convective combination. You can see we use 2 different microwave levels and 3 different temperature level we use in this experiment. And you can see that the thermal imaging that we used to obtain the temperature distribution. This is our method and our formula to determine of radiation capacity and shrinkage. And these parameters we use to examine the efficiency for each drying process. The energy consumption were measured by power meter. We use power meter. And this SEC is a specific energy consumption. MER is moisture extraction rate. And SMER is specific moisture extraction rate. You can see in the formula. And microstructure for the we use a scanning microscope for the microstructure of our dry black chalkberry. Result and discussion. Drying time change between 100 and 510 minutes, where in shortening drying time was found. Let me. Yes. Shorter drying time was found the higher temperature you can see, and the higher microwave level you can see this figure. And for instance, the increase of temperature 55 to 75 at 9, 55 to 75, the drying time reduced 62%, 66.7% drying time. And this is the distribution, temperature distribution of black chalkberry. Increasing it, you can see increasing in microwave wattage and hot air temperature. The final temperature of product increase. You can see this one and this one, this one and this one and this one.
Ahmed, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but please pay attention to the time.
Okay.
Are you close to the end?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good.
You have 2 more minutes, minute and a half. Thank you.
Okay, I'm good. All results exhibit a parallel between 1.31 and 1.39. However, drying with 90 watt combination were found slightly higher than drying with 160 watt. Shrinkage, the shrinkage increase with increase in air temperature. You can see the level. And decrease in microwave power. You can see this value is higher than this value, and the highest energy consumption was seen in this application, and the lowest energy consumption you can see in this application. And these are the result of micrographs, and the damages were seen. The increase, you can see the damages are increased in this side, and the second level, increasing in temperature, the damages are going to higher. And additionally, the smoother structure was determined the samples in same drying temperature and the low microwave application. You can see the first line is smoother than the other. This disrupts occurs in a second line. You can see the photos of right. Black chocolate conclusion part, using the microwave convective process for drying of black chocolate is less time consuming and energy saving. The microwave convective process has a similar effect on radiation videos. Higher drying temperature increase the shrinkage values, and low drying temperature helps to avoid both hot spots and damages as understood from thermal images and same images. And the current findings have the potential to identify viable substitutes for fresh black chocolate all year. These are the references that I use. Thanks for everyone.
Thank you, Ahmed. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions, or do we have the questions from the online participants? No? No questions? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Marijenka Tabaković from Maze Institute from Zemun Polje. Hello. Is Marijenka present? But mute. No. Marijenka is offline, okay. Can we go to the next participant maybe? Okay. Marko Ilić. Marijenka, okay. Marijenka, are you here? Do you hear us?
Have problem, technical problem moment.
Oh, okay. It's important that you're here. Okay. Please take the stand. Marijenka, can you share the presentation? Marijenka, možete da prezentaciju razmenite sa nama?
Samo trenutak, internet mi je nestao. Sada može.
Možda ako je sporije da video, ugasite video, a samo slajdovi da idu.
No, gdzie share?
Okay, it's working.
Hello,
great.
everyone. I am here. I want to greet everyone present colleagues in Vršac and by day computer. And I will present following results. Hello, can I hear you?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Everything is fine. Please proceed.
My following results are a relationship between structural elements of seed and physiological trends of maize hybrid seed. This is a joint work of colleagues with Agroecology Cropping Practice Group from Maize Research Institute and Institute for Plant Protect and Environments. In recent times, because of climate change, years with very hot and dry summers have been often occurring. This had led to consideration of the application of new cropping practice. The expressions of morphological and physiological traits depends primarily on the hybrid combination and then on the ecological condition of the environment. According to its morphological and physiological traits, maize belongs to the most variable crop. This diversity is especially noticeable on seeds that are classified according to their shape, structure, and chemical composition. The shape, size, mass, germination, and endosperm are physiological and physiological seed quality parameters. The uniform seed material is a prerequisite of stable yield. Therefore, the aim of this study was to determine the difference in seedling dry mass and endosperm dry mass after two germination according to seed fraction and hybrid combination. Maize in this study was two commercial maize hybrid seeds, ZP677, ZP684, both belong to maturity group 600. The production of commercial seeds had been established in two locations pre-Vevita 1 year. The seed crop production was performed according to all principles and rules of seed production, and ears used in laboratory analysis were manually harvested. Shelling was done with laboratory shellers, while kernels were dried to the 40% moistures. Seed for a laboratory were divided into 6 fractions. After that, we form working samples, 10 samples per 100 seeds. Under the laboratory condition were analyzed 1,000 seed dry mass prior to germination, sediment dry mass, endosperm dry mass after two germination, and for the physiological trends that were seed emergence and germination rates. ANOVA showed that there were statistically significant difference among variant hybrid location and fraction. Obtained results were present as direct and joint effect of factor. Direct effect of factor is significant for all traits. The double interaction hybrid location is significant for all traits, and other two double interaction fraction location and fraction interaction hybrid are not significant for physiological traits.
The triple interaction had no significant effect on trait variability. The statistical significance of double interaction of factor in ANOVA indicate that in addition to the direct effect of individual factor, they combinate effect play a significant role. This points out that the morphological and physiological trait significantly depends on observed factor in this study, the appropriate hybrid combination and favorable production conditions, and application of appropriate crop practices are a prerequisite for achieving high standard of morphological and physiological properties. The next slide presents results of mean value for dry seedling mass and endosperm dry mass after 2 germinations. The classification of seed by fraction contributes to the more uniform mass of the endosperm. This mass is important for the uniform seed properties. This mass of the endosperm after germination is in accordance with the size of the seeds in all research variants. Average of endosperm dry mass in both hybrids range between 200 and 360. In regard to seed size and seed shape, round fraction has a greater mass than the flat ones. Large fractions were almost equal in their mass for both hybrids. The effect of genotype and location and genotype fraction interaction was the most important on the formation of these traits. The height difference were established by large fraction, large, round, and flat between 2 locations with hybrids. Variability mass of seedlings indicated the importance of certain factors of the size of seedling. The location of syrinx had the great effect of the seedling dry mass after 2 germination. Average of seedling dry mass in locations syrinx large between 23 and 28 grams. The mass of the seedling does not correspond to the mass of the endosperm. In this smallest for the combination hybrid 1, location 1, and a large round fraction. And the high variant is for the hybrid 2, location 2, and 4 fraction, 2 small and 2 large fractions. Physiological properties depend on environment conditions. Stress is one of the most important reasons for pure germinations. The effect of the location syrinx was very great on the emergence in all seed shape and seed size for both hybrids. The effect of the location prigavica was great on emergence and germination rate only for one hybrid, ZP677. Physiological traits were low in the variant location 1 and hybrid 2, and the heights and uniform in the location 2 and variant for both hybrids. According to the shape, flat fraction emergence faster than the round ones. The result of the correlation analysis point out that the conditions for seed formation and the hybrid combination had different effect on the physiological processes of germ and endosperm mass formation, as well as on the seed germinations. The values of the range from insignificant to absolute determination.
Marienka, please watch for the time. I'm sorry, please pay attention to the time. 1.5, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Estimate correlation coefficient indicate the great importance of the independence of the morphological and physiological traits. And for the conclusion, the hybrid combination and seed fraction was statistically significant for all observed traits. The effect of genotype location, genotype fraction interaction was the most important on the formation of seed mass. Seedling. Seed is the first stage in the formation of a seed crop. The rate of the seedling formation and its mass are important aspects of the success of further productions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marienka, for nice presentations
thank you.
with a lot of data. Do we have any questions from the audience? Online? No? None? Okay, thank you once again. The next presenter is Marko Ilić from the Faculty of Technology from Novi Sad. Marko is here. The floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marko Ilić. I am a PhD student and a research trainee coming from Faculty of Technology, Novi Sad, Republic of Serbia. Today I will present to you my team's work entitled A New Method for the Proportion Estimation in Edible Oil Blends, Sunflower and Rapeseed Oil. Sunflower oil is one of the top 5 edible oils in the world, having a full priority in Serbia due to high availability of raw material over others. Sunflower oil has a high nutrition value due to the presence of essential fatty acids, linoleic and oleic, as well as the alpha tocopherol, which is vitamin E. On the other hand, rapeseed oil contains all 3 important unsaturated essential fatty acids, linolenic, omega-3, linoleic omega-6, and oleic omega-9. Food authentication is the process by which a food product is verified as complying with its label description. The characterization and authentication of oils and fats is a subject of great importance for market and health aspects. The aim of this work was to determine the possibility of applying a gas chromatography device with a mass spectrometric detector, which is GCMS system, coupled with newly developed mathematical model in order to determine the proportion of individual oils in simulated blended oil samples. All oil samples were collected from processing technology of Vegetable Oil and Fats Unit at the Department of Food Preservation Engineering, Faculty of Technology, Novi Sad. 7 samples were analyzed. Sample number 1 contained 20% of sunflower oil and 80% of rapeseed oil. Sample number 2 contained 30% of sunflower oil and 70% of rapeseed oil, etc. to sample number 7, which contained 80% of sunflower oil and 20% of rapeseed oil. Pure samples of sunflower oil and rapeseed oil were also analyzed. Before GCMS analysis, samples need to be prepared. All samples were derivatized with TMSH, which is 3-methyl sulfonium hydroxide, all fatty acids were derivatized into corresponding fatty acid methyl esters. Then GCMS analysis was performed, and the obtained chromatograms were processed by AMDIS algorithm of the Ham Station software, Agilent Technologies. Semi-quantification of dominantly present fatty acids was performed. These fatty acids are palmitic, linolenic, linoleic, oleic, and stearic. This is how it looks like in practice. First sample preparation, then GCMS analysis, and then processing of the obtained chromatograms. Obtained numeric values of the peak surface area of dominant fatty acids were processed using multivariate analysis and newly developed mathematical model. Firstly, we will talk about multivariate analysis. Similarity dendrogram is shown on this slide with a very high level of similarity, 0.94. We can see 3 clusters on this dendrogram. Samples 1 and 2 with the high content of rapeseed oil are in the same cluster with the pure rapeseed oil. Samples 6 and 7 with high content of sunflower oil are in the same cluster as pure sunflower oil. Samples 3, 4, and 5 with almost the same content of sunflower and rapeseed oils are in third cluster. Anyway, cluster analysis cannot give us the exact content of individual oil in oil blends. So we developed a new mathematical model to estimate the exact content of individual oil in oil blends. Experimentally obtained values were compared to a set of theoretical values, and linear dependence was obtained with a very high correlation coefficient, 0.995. This high correlation coefficient indicates a strong potential of this method in verifying authenticity of edible vegetable oils. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marko. Do we have any questions from the audience? Maybe some online participants? If not so, thank you once again for the lovely presentation.
Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to announce Sonja Gozdenac from the Institute of Field and Vegetable Crops from Novi Sad. She will tell us about efficiency of the diatomaceous earth in controlling major store products pests. Please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to present you the results of work related to the potential use of diatomaceous earth as a contact insecticide in storages for controlling the most important storage pests. I would like to start the presentation with one 30 years old statement saying that losses during storage and the reduction of seed quality is one of the main restraints in achieving food security in developing and underdeveloping countries. This statement 30 years back has not much changed. During storages, the main reason, so to say, for the highest losses are insects. They cause both qualitative and quantitative losses. Among qualitative, the deterioration of a product's quality as well as the reduction of the nutritional value are the most significant. Also, we should not forget the reduction in the product's weight, and all lead to the reduced market value as well as high economic losses. So far, the most frequently applied practices for combating storage pests has been the use of chemically syntheticized insecticides. They are very effective, very persistent, and with a wide range of activity against a wide range of insect pests. They were applied as seed treatments, as treatments of empty storages during storage period, and also as fumigants. However, long-term use, frequent use, oftenly inadequate use of chemical insecticides has led to a number of negative consequences, such as adverse effects on human and animal health, the occurrence of insect resistance to insecticides, environmental pollution, and also recently we have the rising awareness of the human population to the presence of residues in food and higher demands for residue-free food. These all effects have driven some legislative changes. So back in 2009, European Commission has issued a new directive on the sustainable use of pesticides. The directive that obliges every European country, European member, to create the action plans, national action plans, how to reduce the use of pesticides. Also, this directive promotes the alternative ways of combating and pest management. Under this directive, a number of very effective and very often used insecticides have been banned or restricted, leaving us with very few options for pest management. This is why recently there is a higher interest in alternative, eco-friendly, biorational means of pest management. The use of inert dust is one of the alternatives. It is not, so to say, the revolutionary achievement of 20th century. Inert dusts have been used for centuries as a pest control agents, although back then it was not familiar about their origin, about their composition, about their mode of action. The first mention of the inert dust as possible grain protectants and possible use in storages dates from 1997. Since that period and on towards now, there has been a number of hundreds of researches, a number of publications related to the possible use of inert dust in storages against stored product pests. In general, the inert dust can be, this is one of the classifications into silica dust and also non-silica dust. In this work, we assessed the use of and potentials of diatomaceous earth as one of the most potent, most well-researched and commercially available preparations. In short, what is the diatomaceous earth? It is a fossilized skeletal remains of diatomace, one-celled algae, which have fine skeleton made of almost entirely of silicium dioxide. The amount of silicium dioxide as a major component rates from 80 to 93%. And the rest of their skeleton is consisted from other minerals like aluminium, iron oxide, ferroxide, calcium hydroxide, etc. As I said, diatomace is a fossilized remains. So practically it took thousands of years for fossils to accumulate and to create layers, a sedimentary rock. So this is a picture where you see those white layers. Those are layers of diatomaceous earth. This is the picture from Kolubara open pit mine from Serbia. And when dug, when mined, the diatomaceous earth is light to grayish, low density porous dust. So since I mentioned that it is familiar, it is well tested, well researched, commercialized, why do another and additional test? Well, because first, as other fossil remains, it has a limited resources. So we have to find another sources for diatomaceous earth. Another important fact is that the insecticidal effect of diatomaceous earth is not the same depending on which and where it originates from. Basically, the insecticidal effect is a result of physical damage of the insect cuticula. First, the physical abrasion of the cuticula, then the silicium dioxide has the ability to absorb the waterproof lipids from cuticula, making it very porous and prone to water loss. So after heavy loss, it eventually results in insect desiccation. Also, particles of diatomaceous earth damage digestive tract when ingested and block the trachea and spiracles. As I said, insecticidal properties depend on characteristics of diatomaceous earth, like geographical origin, which induces different chemical composition, the level of silicium dioxide, different minerals included, and also particle size. But also, when applying inert dusts, also DE, it is important to pay attention to environmental factors such as temperature, the high temperature, higher efficacy. Also humidity, the adverse. The higher humidity, the lower efficacy. Why? Because the entire point of applying diatomaceous earth is to desiccate the insect. And so there is a difference if you apply it as a slurry or as a dust, and there is a difference in efficacy depending on the insect species. The soft-bodied species are more prone and more susceptible than the hard-bodied insects. It is effective against a number of most important and well-known storage pests, and it can be applied as a structural treatment on surface, admixing with grain. Nowadays we have several registered products. Unfortunately in Serbia we have none. These are from the European Union products based on diatomaceous earth. Also, we should not forget that, like any insecticide, this one has some disadvantages. In practical sense, when seeds are treated, it reduces the grain bulk density, it affects flowability, and it can leave visible dust residues which are not very desirable. So this is why we tried to, and since I said it is not registered in Serbia, this study aimed to assess the efficacy of Kolubara, diatomaceous earth from Kolubara mine, in comparison to already registered preparation silicosec. We assessed against India meal moth, confused beetle, and bean weevil, the most important pests of a number of commodities in all storages and on our products. The research was carried out in the Institute of Field and Vegetable Crops. Prior to biotests, we performed particle size analysis and determined that in Kolubara DE, this is the particle size was ranged from 0.3 to 700 micrometers, but the majority was 16 micrometers, and in silico commercial preparation it was from 2 to 18. So the particle size was similar. We tested 4 different rates, and we measured mortality after 4 different exposure periods. The overall results indicate that diatomaceous earth was both dose and time dependent, meaning that with the increase of concentrations and the increase of exposure period, the efficacy was higher. From at this slide, we can see the effect on India meal moth. As we can see, the satisfactory efficacy was achieved only at 2 highest rates applied, 15 and 20 grams per square meter. And the level of effectiveness was the same for both silicosec and Kolubara DE. They were the same level of significance, as well as in other treatment, but only after 7 days of exposure. The efficacy was low after 1 to 3 days. The same for confused beetle, Tribolium species. The highest efficacy and satisfactory was after the 7 days of exposure at the highest applied rate. It was also tolerable at 15 grams per square meter. And for the bean weevil, we monitored only after 3 exposure periods. We didn't monitor after 7 days because these adults are short living, so they actually die of natural causes after 5 or 6 days. So after 3 days, when treated with the highest applied rates, the efficacy was very high and satisfactory, and also silicosec was at the same level of efficacy with Kolubara DE. So we can conclude the diatomaceous earth originating from Kolubara open mine pit in Serbia expressed the similar insecticidal activity and efficacy as the commercially available preparation silicosec for all 3 test insects. The effects were satisfactory at higher rates, And the highest mortality was achieved after 3 days and the highest after 7 days, which is very logical, because the entire idea is to desiccate the insects. These preparations don't have knockdown effect, so it takes time to water to get lost from insect's body. And we can say that the diatomaceous cert form colubara can be used as additional measure for surface treatments in storaging for preventing the infestations with Indian meal moth, tribolium beetle, and bean weevil. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sonia. Now, do we have any question for Sonia from the audience? Do we have from online participants? Okay, then maybe I can ask one question. So, in your opinion, do you think there is a market potential for this earth from colubara in a way, yes, like because you said that there is no product registered in Serbia, I mean Serbian, yes, product, so...
We have registered the active ingredient as diatomaceous earth is registered, is on the list of allowable substances for the use as plant protection product in Serbia. But I believe that there has to be a financial interest for the companies to register the product. And I believe that since it is registered in Slovenia, Germany, Turkey, Israel, other countries have adopted those sustainable measures and alternative to chemical pesticides. When they leave us with no active classical insecticides, I believe we will have to have the product of our own that could be good alternative and as effective as this diatomaceous.
And do you see some company in Serbia willing to do so, to get into that process?
I hope that the DDD companies or maybe some chemical producer manufacturers, I believe, because the silicosec is, for example, produced in Slovenia, in Germany by Biofa. They are well known for other biological preparations. So they have to find the financial interest and to see the possible, how to say, revenues,
yes,
and profit.
Thank you, Sonia, one more time. And now the last presenter for today is Rajna Lečić from the Academy of Technical Vocational Education, Belgrade.
Hello, can you see me?
Yeah, we can hear you definitely. Can you turn down the volume a little bit, because it's
okay.
Just like
it's okay now.
It's better, thank you. Maybe a little bit more.
A little bit more, okay. Now it's okay.
It's okay, thank you.
You see me? Yes.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, I will share my screen now. Okay, just a second. You see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. First, I would like to say hello to everyone, and I would like to say that I'm very glad to be a participant in this conference. In this paper, Professor Slavka Nikolic and me are trying to offer one interdisciplinary and systematic approach to unsolved issues of sustainable development issues. When we talk about competitiveness and sustainable development, it is important to say that competitiveness is actually a key assumption of well-being of any country. Unfortunately, observed in last decade, Serbia cannot boost a high level of competitiveness. In the report of the World Economic Forum, especially worrying are values of the innovation and business sophistication factors, showing that Serbia in this sub-index lags behind even the European Union countries with the lowest level of this sub-index. Also, we must say that the state of resources related to energetics and agriculture in Serbia is noticeably better than their effectiveness. So here in this paper, we are holding the attitude that sustainable development is a synergetic effect and a common denominator of energetics, agriculture, and ecology. And we are introducing culture into the development equation, because we agree that model with no place for culture is empty. Based on researches conducted in 70s and 80s, Dr. Hofstede, viewing culture as a multidimensional concept, created 5 basic cultural dimensions by which it's possible to distinguish different national cultures. First dimension, power distance, refers to the degree to which members of society accept the fact that power is distributed unequally. The second dimension, uncertainty avoidance, refers to the degree to which members of society feel threatened by ambiguous and unknown situation. The third dimension, individualism, collectivism. Individualism is related to beliefs of individuals that they're only responsible to their own destiny and that collective actually has no obligation for them. On the other hand, collectivism is related to beliefs that collective is responsible for the destiny of individuals and the individuals accept from collective to take care of them, whether it's a family, a company, or a society as a whole. The fourth dimension, masculinity, femininity. So-called feminine cultures have prevailing values such as interpersonal relationship, balance, harmony, and care. On the other hand, in the cultures with with so-called masculine values, they emphasize action, achievement, results, and determination, and sometimes aggression. The fifth dimension, long-term, short-term orientation is time, is referred to attitude of individuals toward investing in future, planning, and long-term thinking. So in the context of this paper, it is important to say that those dimensions can serve us as a good framework for categorizing national cultures and their level of resistance to change. So the cultures that show the strongest resistance to change are characterized by a high index of power distance, a low index of individualism, and a high index of risk and uncertainty avoidance. Hofstede research indicates that Serbian national culture has a unique combination of high power distance, high uncertainty avoidance, high collectivism, family values, and short-term orientation in time. On the other hand, Danish cultural pattern is a unique combination of low power distance, low uncertainty avoidance, individualism, family values, and long-term orientation in time. The compared statistical values of Global Competitiveness Index for Serbia and Denmark indicate important and stimulating differences. First, the average value of the global index competitiveness for the 10-year observed period from 2008 to 2070 is 3.78 for Serbia and 5.22 for Denmark. The average value of innovation and sophistication sub-index is 3.10 for Serbia and 5.25 for Denmark. The average value of innovation and sophistication sub-index is 3.10 for Serbia and 5.25 for Denmark. The ability to innovate within the innovation ecosystem as one of the pillars of competitiveness is 39.95 for Serbia and 75.80 for Denmark. The agriculture policy cost indicator for Serbia is 3.7 and for Denmark is 4.16. And at least the renewable energy regulation indicator is 52.9 for Serbia, while the value for Denmark is as high as 79.3. Actually, the Global Competitiveness Index combines 114 indicators, which are grouped into 12 pillars, which are then organized into 3 sub-indexes: basic requirements, efficiency enhancers, innovation, and sophistication factors. Those indicators are actually drivers of competitiveness. The first one are the key, which are grouped in first sub-index, are key for factor-driven economies, the economies with the lowest level of development. The second one, grouped in second sub-index, are key for efficiency-driven economies, and those are middle-income economies, such as Serbia. And the third group, is key for innovation-driven economies, and Denmark is one of them. Also, when we talk about differences between Serbia and Denmark in the field of agriculture and energetics, we must say that most indicators used to evaluate the success of Serbian agriculture, published in the statistical yearbook of the Republic of Serbia, are unfortunately far from the results imminent to successful agriculture. So during 2018, 7% irrigation was carried out in Serbia than in 2017. Labor productivity measured by total production per active farmer in Serbia lags behind the developed countries and countries in the region. On the other hand, from 2000 to 2018, the share of energy produced from renewable resources in Denmark has increased from 8% to 28%. Energy efficiency is set high, and in line with it, the total energy consumption in Denmark fell by 9%, despite the fact that economic growth was 30% in the same period. And finally, according to the Environmental Management Index for 2018, Denmark is in third place. So for the conclusion, we can say that all those different show values and differences between a cultural pattern can serve us to conclude that Serbian cultural pattern actually represents a difficult stumbling block, while Danish cultural pattern is a strong tailwind. But we have good news. Culture is not something that is only passively received, and it is much more precise to say that culture is something that is actively appropriate. So actually, great national affair is urgent. We first must work on education to change those dimensions. And then we need political and social efforts to compensate the deficit which is made by prevailing cultural model. And actually, Serbia needs efforts to start and sustain on development process. Now our work on change must be more wiser, more innovative, more efficient, faster, to actually establish a society that meets changes, not avoiding them. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for this interesting presentation. Do we have questions from the audience or online participants? If not so, then I would thank to all participants in this session. Okay, we have one question.
Thank you, bye.
Wait, just a second. We have one question.
Yes, I have a question. Do you hear me?
Just
yes.
a second. Yes, I can hear.
Yes. Congratulations for this really inspiring presentation. Actually,
just a second, please.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask me now?
Yeah, I try. So thank you so much for the inspiring presentation, because it's a look to an advancement of the consideration of the different cultures. And my question is why you compare Serbia with Denmark? Also because from the agricultural viewpoint, there are some many differences in the capability to grow large crops, something like that. There are quite different in Denmark with respect to Serbia. And the second question is how the so-called digital farming or precision farming can be introduced in this type of sustainable development that you are mentioning.
Thank you very much for your questions. I will try to answer you. First, we choose Denmark because Denmark is one of the European Union countries, and also so it's close to us. I mean, geographically, but it has a different cultural pattern, and that's why we wanted to find out what those differences in cultural pattern may actually produce, and maybe that's why we chose Denmark. And unfortunately, on your second question, I cannot answer you, or maybe immediately I cannot answer. So I would like you to contact me on my email, So I will try to provide you an answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations again.
Thank you.
Very, very nice.
Thank you all. Now we conclude this session and we'll continue at 3 o'clock with the poster sessions.